Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinate. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trill. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Dig ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-sign and no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice and I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know co-sign and no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so hopefully everybody is starting a holiday out good. All right, hopefully y'all starting your holiday out good. Hopefully you unwrap your gifts. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you unwrap your Ethereum. Hopefully you unwrap your Bitcoin. That's what's good, man. Shout out to you guys. I hope everybody is doing well. If you can hear me okay, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear me or things are looking and sounding bad, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building. All right. Shout out to Vincent Harper. What's good with it, bro? My man Win Loser Rug in the building. What's good with you, bro? Shout out to my man Black Free Thinker in the house. All right. It is good to see each and every one of you. All right. So we got a really information dense show today. All right. A lot of information. All right. A lot of information. Now, before we get into it, though, I'm going to start out with a conversation that I was having with somebody, right? So I want to ask y'all if y'all can follow my logic on this. All right. How many people understand the depreciation of a car, an automobile, and how rapidly it depreciates? As soon as you buy a brand new car, you drive it off the lot, it immediately loses a ton of its value. And it loses its value indefinitely until you finally get rid of it for a loss. Everyone takes a loss on selling a car. Would you guys agree? If you would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. For the most part, the only people that take a gain or a person that takes profits on a car sale is when they come off of the manufacturing assembly line, right? Why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this. If you understand how a car depreciates, you understand how a Bitcoin appreciates. If you understand how a car depreciates, you understand how a Bitcoin appreciates. A Bitcoin appreciates opposite of a car depreciating. If you look at the historical growth patterns of Bitcoin, Bitcoin is rising in value while everything else is dropping in value in relation to Bitcoin. If you guys would agree, and this is a true statement, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So when you go to the Bitcoin lot, aka the exchange, and you buy a Bitcoin and you drive your Bitcoin off of the lot, instead of your Bitcoin indefinitely depreciating in relation to all other items of value, your Bitcoin is constantly appreciating. So for the people that say that they don't understand it, you understand it now. Bitcoin behaves opposite of an automobile. All right. Bitcoin behaves opposite of an automobile, and the historical charts substantiate that. Every other asset in the entire world is depreciating in relation to Bitcoin. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to my man, the Geek Surgeon, for the Christmas membership. I definitely appreciate you, bro. Make sure you guys show the Geek Surgeon some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man, the Geek Surgeon, for standing on business. I definitely appreciate it, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you. No, you know what? I think you had the wrench on BLR2. I got to put a wrench on this one. So just leave a comment on a video after the live, and I got you on the wrench. All right. Yeah, I think you had the wrench on BLR2. I don't think you ever commented after a video on this channel, so I never got a chance to put one on there. But I got you though. And I had to put BLR2 up. Had to put BLR2 up for a little bit. All right. So now let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to any other asset, is there any other asset that's going up while everything else is going down? Now, here's the thing, right? The reason why it seems like Bitcoin goes up so fast is because everything else is going up, down, or everything else is going down. Everything is going down in relation to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is going up. So not only is Bitcoin going up at its own rate, but it looks like it's going up faster because everything else is going down. Let me ask you guys a question. What asset in the entire world is appreciating against Bitcoin? Is there one? Who can name an asset that has appreciated against Bitcoin? Show me something that's outperformed Bitcoin. There's nothing. Why is this important? It's important because if you pay attention to the language that a lot of the quote unquote Bitcoin people are using these days, the term quote unquote generational wealth is being thrown around. All right. The term generational wealth is being thrown around. Now, why is generational wealth important? And we should pay attention to conversations. Generational wealth is being thrown around. Isn't that something that everybody complains that we don't have any of? We don't have any generational wealth. We was never able to make any generational wealth. We've been quote unquote locked out of generational wealth. How many times have you guys heard that? If you guys heard that a lot, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not heard that, give me a thumbs down. So now here's my question. If you've been locked out, quote unquote, of generational wealth, when a window or opportunity comes to be able to somewhat build generational wealth, why would you allow that opportunity window to shut? Why would you do it? Your boy had to put the goals up here. I always forget. Had to put these goals up here. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. What do you guys think about that? So what's going to happen is by the end of this live stream, I'm going to prove exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said the Lith said generational wealth is right wing. I guess it is. Trump is the crypto president, and he's making people rich with the crypto. We're gonna definitely get into that. All right. Let's take a look at this article real quick. We got some good, like I said, shout out to the true crypto people, right? We got some good stuff today. This for the crypto side, this is gonna be classic. Bitcoin's market cap reaches an all-new high against gold. What does that mean? What that means is that gold is falling in relation to Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is catching up with it. What does that mean for wealth? Bitcoin's market cap has reached 14% of gold's market cap, marking an all-time high. Additionally, Bitcoin ETFs have surpassed gold ETFs in AUM. It would seem to me like some people out there are interested in Bitcoin. Yeah. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said Bitcoin owners are getting richer faster. Facts. Because of a multifaceted formula, right? Because of the inflation and because of the depreciation of other assets against Bitcoin and Bitcoin's own independent appreciation, right? The lift, facts. The lift, you know what I'm saying? Bitcoin's market cap has reached an all-time new high against gold market cap at 14%, according to data from Galaxy Research. This milestone comes as total assets under management for Bitcoin exchange-traded funds have climbed to $129 billion, surpassing gold ETFs, which hold $128 billion, according to K33 Research. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What does that mean? What does that mean? If people are starting to buy more Bitcoin ETFs than they're buying gold ETFs, what does that say about how people are starting to feel about Bitcoin? That says something, right? What does it say? Gold with a 20-year head start has been flipped by Bitcoin. K33 head of research, Veto Lund, posted. All right. Bloomberg senior ETF Eric Bocanis, analyst, noted the impressive momentum. Bitcoin ETFs have reshaped institutional interest in crypto, achieving near parity with gold ETFs in under a year since spot Bitcoin ETFs launched in January, Bocanis said. What does that tell you about how people feel about Bitcoin? Ain't nothing wrong with it, Black Free Thinker. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Yeah, them cats over there to lift. You know what I'm saying? Word of mother. I don't know what's wrong with them lift cats, son. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's wrong with them lift cats, B. Bitcoin's market cap surges past $2 trillion. What is that? Again, see, we gotta hit this pragmatically. What does this mean? What does this mean about the market cap? Bitcoin's market capitalization has surpassed $2 trillion, ranking it 7th among global assets by market cap, according to data from companiesmarketcap.com. This puts Bitcoin ahead of Saudi Aramco and silver in the rankings, further solidifying its position as a major asset class. What more evidence what more evidence do we need? What more evidence do we need, guys? Seriously. For context, gold retains a dominant lead with a market cap exceeding 17 trillion, greater than the combined market value of tech companies such as Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Amazon, and Alphabet. The broader cryptocurrency market cap stands at 3.72 trillion, with Bitcoin maintaining dominance at 54.5% and Ethereum at 12%, according to CoinGecko. Okay. The federal now, this is an old article, so we already know it, and we've already lived and been through this, right? Fed's hawkish tone prompts crypto market caution. The Federal Reserve delivered a 25 basis point rate cut yesterday, as widely expected. However, Chair Jerome Powell's accompanying remarks struck a hawkish tone, scaling back projections for 2025 rate cuts from 4 to just 2. This unexpected shift unsettled markets, even as persistent signs of sticky inflation have lingered in recent months. Higher rates are a headwind risk for assets, and Powell's comments triggered a sharp sell-off. Bitwise Invest CIO Matt Hewin said. Now, let me ask you guys this question. During that time, when that had took place, how many of you all were able to take advantage of that dip? Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. I wouldn't disagree, bro. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. I would not disagree. Win, Lose, or Rug said the evidence is needed. The evidence needed is the Tariq Nasheed green light. Facts. We got to get that live stream that says, what does cryptocurrency mean for FBA, family? Once we get that, it's on and popping. Liquidation. You know what I'm saying? We can say it like Umar Johnson. Liquidation. 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 I beg your pardon. Liquidation, liquidation, liquidation. But that's facts, bro. You ain't never lied. You know what I'm saying? That's big facts. Crypto markets experienced a sharp pullback, intensified by the liquidation. Speaking of which, liquidation, liquidation, liquidation. You say some stuff 3 times, it'll pop up. I wonder that, you know what? The only thing that Umar Johnson never said 3 times was school, and it didn't ever pop up. He should have tried that Candyman technique on school. Maybe it would have popped up. You know what I'm saying? Crypto markets experienced a sharp pullback intensified by the liquidation of over 660 million in leveraged long positions within 24 hours, according to CoinGlass data. However, Houston noted that such reactions are typical in crypto markets. Leverage is a part of the crypto landscape. When prices dip sharply, leveraged positions get stopped out, exacerbating the move, he added. But this pullback is just a hiccup. And we saw that because since this situation here took place, Bitcoin has touched $100,000 again, like Myron Gaines. You know what I'm saying? Again. Houston then emphasized that crypto markets have built their own internal momentum and are less tied to Federal Reserve policies than in previous cycles. The Fed is less relevant to crypto than it has been in the past, and crypto now has internal momentum, and nothing about today's announcement interrupts the mega trends, he said. He highlighted 4 key catalysts driving Bitcoin's growth. All right, so let's see if we agree with these. the pro-crypto shift in Washington policy, which has created a more favorable regulatory environment, rising institutional adoption, and increasing inflows into Bitcoin ETFs. Bitcoin purchases by both governments and major corporations, signaling broader acceptance as a reserve asset and significant technological breakthroughs in the programmable blockchain space, which continue to expand Bitcoin's utility and long-term potential. All right. Now, do you guys all agree with those? And if you do agree with those, are there any other factors that you all see that might be relevant that weren't mentioned here? I think there's a lot. And we're gonna get into them, as we continue here. BRN analyst Valentin Fournier echoed this optimism, highlighting ongoing positive catalysts for the digital market. He pointed to growing corporate adoption of Michael Saylor's strategies. Now, do you guys remember when we talked about this? Here's another thing that you're going to see in the future. Mark this. You know what I'm saying? Page mark this. Shout out to the replay gang. Somebody put the timestamp in the comment section. You are going to start seeing crypto hybrid assets. What's about to happen is there's about to be a merger between the crypto market and the traditional market. And what's going to happen is because of the speed of Bitcoin's appreciation and the speed of everything else relevant to Bitcoin's depreciation, you're going to see a diversified portfolio-like asset that'll be a mix of debt, equity, and Bitcoin that's sold in a financial institution or through companies in order to give exposure to Bitcoin, shave off debt interest, and to provide value to the lender and the buyer. You're going to see these things. You're going to see crypto hybrid assets. Michael Saylor has done something like that. These Bitcoin ETFs are something like that, and you're going to see it more and more and more and more. What you're going to start seeing is more creative ways to leverage purchasing power and transaction, with transaction being against Bitcoin. This is something that you're going to see. Now, if this is the direction that the world is going in, if you don't have any cryptocurrency, how is that going to work? How is that going to work? So this is something that we're going to see. We're going to see more and more and more of this. Look at this, where companies are integrating Bitcoin into their treasury reserves, as well as emerging discussions about Bitcoin potentially becoming part of national reserves. Now, this is not financial advice, all right? I would advise everybody to have their own strategic reserve. Shout out to my man, AB Promotions. What's good with it? Shout out to everybody watching, wherever you're watching from. I appreciate you. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. All right. Looking ahead, we expect heightened volatility as markets adjust to elevated expectations for Donald Trump's potential presidency. All right. Despite short-term turbulence, the long-term outlook remains overwhelmingly bullish, and heavy exposure to Bitcoin and Ether remains the most compelling strategy for navigating this cycle. Bitcoin traded around $102,329 at this publication time, according to the Block's Bitcoin price data. All right, so now we got to ask ourselves some critical questions. If everything is depreciating in relation to Bitcoin, how do you maintain any wealth? How do you maintain any wealth? It would seem to me, to stop yourself from depreciating, the only way to slow down depreciation is to stop the depreciation by leveraging anything that you can against the only thing that's not depreciating. Because the only thing that's not depreciating is what, ladies and gentlemen? What's the only thing that's not depreciating?
At the top of the show, Fox Business has learned exclusively that Robinhood will donate $2 million to President-elect Donald Trump's inaugural fund. The investment platform has now
pay to play, right? Pay to play. Shout out to my man AB Promotions. AB Promotions says Bitcoin. Black Free Thinker says time. I would actually agree with both of you.
Now released a statement to Fox Business saying, quote, Robinhood is pleased to welcome in a new era of American innovation and sensible regulation that promotes free markets, investor access, and consumer choice.
The Democrats just messed up really bad. The Democrats, the cryptocurrency people was an emerging voter bloc that was completely ignored by the Democrats. And Donald Trump he catered directly to them. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with the Brooklyn Queen? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The cryptocurrency vote was a completely uncharted place where the Democrats could have possibly made some headwind, some headspace, and they just let the ball drop. They just let it drop. You know what I'm saying?
We look forward to working with President Trump and the incoming administration to drive positive change in the markets, be an active voice for customers, and pursue our mission to democratize finance for all. The co-founder and CEO of Robinhood, Vlad Tenev, joins me now in a Fox Business exclusive. Vlad, tell us when you began thinking about making this $2 million donation. What was the genesis of this?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me. President Trump's agenda to promote sensible regulation. I haven't been shy about expressing my disappointment and general sense that the current administration and the SEC has been headed in the wrong direction. Rampant regulation by enforcement, open warfare against the cryptocurrency industry in America, as well as taking a very anti-AI posture. And I think that was bad, not just for Robinhood, but for customers.
Now, shout out to you guys, right? You guys know I'm pro-crypto, pro-AI, right? I'm pro-crypto and pro-AI. So when the race simps, right? When the race simps start talking to you ain't black if you don't vote for Democrats and all of this, first and foremost, all of them, you ain't black, you ain't voting for Democrat people. A lot of them people were fake Trump supporters that were acting as distraction agents, right? A lot of them people were fake Trump supporters that were acting as distraction agents. I actually didn't vote. I'm actually not registered under any political party. However, since I've been introduced to cryptocurrency and the utilization of AI, I am very pro-AI and I am very pro-cryptocurrency. Still didn't get me off the couch, but along with other things, that will tend to make me seem biased toward conservative values. Because despite all of the flaws that conservatives do have, I agree with them on this. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. I agree with them on this, but they ain't done enough to get my vote yet.
Industry and for America. And I think I'm proud to support the new initiatives towards more sensible regulation. And again, making sure that the U.S. is where it should be, at the forefront of innovation in financial services, in artificial intelligence, in all emerging growth industries. So yeah, we're big believers of that at Robinhood, and of course, me personally.
$2 million is more than the 1 million Meta, the 1 million Amazon, and the 1 million Sam Altman of OpenAI have donated. How do you?
So I want you guys to see how much money. Now, do you guys see this? The cryptocurrency, Trump backs crypto, and crypto is clearly backing Trump. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What does that mean for your portfolio? What's that mean for your portfolio?
Arrive at that number?
Yeah, I would say when Robinhood does something, fiction, and I think
I agree.
The actual amount, the details of that.
I agree. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says, man, the libertarians were pro-crypto first. The connies just attached themselves to the movement. I agree 100%. However, when it comes to the quote-unquote libertarians, I look at them. To me, a libertarian to a conservative is the same as a progressive to a Democrat. So they all get blanket statement when it comes to me. They all get you get called a conservative. You get called right wing. You know what I'm saying?
probably a little bit more art than science. But we think that the U.S. should be a leader in financial industry, and we like a lot of the things that the administration.
I think that the U.S. should be a leader in crypto in the finance industry, and I think I think we should demonstrate a sports-like competency in out-investing everyone and snatching up all of the generational wealth. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Administration has already put in place. They've got a lot of smart people that are thinking about how to solve what are some incredibly difficult problems. You know, there's progress that needs to be made to make the country more efficient, to streamline bureaucracy, all things that I think are going to be.
I swear, people be swagger jacking, man. People be swagger jacking. Where else do you be hearing people talk about quote unquote efficiency and quality control and all that? I'm just saying.
Imperative, and we're happy to support that. And also, a lot is being put in place. A lot more will need to be done.
You have gone headfirst into crypto trading on your platform, but you've also done all kinds of things like, retirement funds and basic trading.
Now, this is the Robinhood CEO, right? This is the Robinhood CEO. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this, right? How many people have heard what Crypto.com plans to do? Crypto.com, they already just added like some type of like sports betting type thing on there. They also plan to add buying stocks on there. Crypto.com, by 2025, Crypto.com is going to be lit.
It's been pretty impressive to see the growth that you have seen. Do you have the latest numbers from the last couple of weeks about crypto? Because President Trump has said he wants to be the crypto president. He, of course, put Paul Atkins, who is no stranger to crypto. He's a crypto advocate and a lobbyist. He will be in charge of the Securities and Exchange Commission. David Sachs, who's a big tech and VC guy, understands crypto, going to serve as the new crypto czar. Can you give me a sense of the increase? So we're seeing on the screen, you saw 500% jump in crypto trading month.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Clearly, right? Clearly, cryptocurrency was a clear big issue in this election. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Cryptocurrency was a clear, huge issue this election. Let me ask you guys this question. How often did you hear about it? How often did you hear about it? And if you didn't hear about it, why didn't you hear about it? Because you should have.
Over month?
Yeah, crypto trading went up 500% month over month at Robinhood from October to November. October was already a pretty strong month. And I think it shows that regulatory clarity doesn't just matter to the companies operating in the space, which we do believe is going to be a huge sector for growth in the economy and in the US. But consumers respond to that too. I think it's been my experience that consumers want sensible regulation. They want to know that the assets that they're investing in are safe. They weren't getting that from this current administration. And in fact, it was more of, let's ignore this industry and hope it goes away or send it overseas. And I think that
isn't that kind of how the LIF handle cryptocurrency? We're just not going to talk about it. Let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to the quote unquote election, when it comes to the quote unquote coverage of the election and what your trusted media and your trusted content creators focused on, do you question why this wasn't touched on at all? Do you ever ask that question? Because again, clearly it's a big deal. If you're watching this channel, you know what I'm saying? You're getting migrant crisis information, and you know everybody pays attention to the migrant crisis. So what happens when these videos come across your screen?
It should be embraced in the US, and the US should be a leader like we are in AI in the cryptocurrency industry. And I think customers are supporting that, and you see a ton of enthusiasm in the cryptocurrency markets, also in the equities markets. Overall, I think there's been a ton of enthusiasm.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win Loser Rug says the Lith moves exactly like the Dems. Yeah, facts. If you guys agree with Win Loser Rug, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says, I wonder if there's a lift in East London. Might be. Might be.
Enthusiasm among retail since the election in particular.
So Vlad, enthusiasm, absolutely. And listen, we're a business network. We love watching the markets every tick of the way, but we've seen enthusiasm and in big corrections in bear markets, certainly. And let's just quickly talk about the crypto world and the enthusiasm that we're seeing there. I mean, there's been a lot of froth. Just today, we saw that there is a new token that has come out. It's called the Pengu. It's basically the native token of the Pudgy Penguins NFT project. Apparently, this is a Solana-based token. It debuted at $2.3 billion market cap, hit $90 million in trading volume in the first hour. I know you don't put those kinds of things up for trade, but how do you judge what is legit and what might be a little bit of froth?
Well, what I'll tell you is that
that's that meme coin life. That's that meme coin life. You know what I'm saying? Right. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Right. Pump my bags, biz. Right.
I think a lot of people tend to get distracted by these sorts of things, and they talk about how crypto has all of these meme tokens, but underlying this is a very, very real thing. Juxtapose how easy it is for someone to create a token and get access to liquidity and launch it to what's a global marketplace, to how difficult it is for a company to go public and raise capital from retail shareholders in this country. I mean, it used to be that, you know, you'd have companies like Microsoft going public in the 80s at 100 million valuation, and retail can benefit from that appreciation by having access to it. Mm-hmm. Now that's gotten increasingly difficult. And I think what you're seeing with these tokens is...
How many people would agree when it comes to cryptocurrency, the ICO, right, is much more efficient than the IPO in the stock world, and the ICO that cryptocurrencies have, it gets rid of the middleman. It makes the process more efficient, and it makes it more profitable because it takes out some of the unnecessary people in the transaction. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down.
The desire for retail customers to be part of something while it's small and actually take advantage of that growth opportunity and grow along with it. And I think the ultimate antidote is to make it a little bit easier for companies to go public and for retail shareholders to access companies while they're still at reasonable valuations, which over the past few decades has really just been the domain of sophisticated high net worth individuals and institutional investors. Sure. So I think beyond the veneer of all the meme activity is a very serious thing that we should not ignore and we should learn from.
Also, a very sincere thing that I know has always been at your forefront, and that is democratizing investment for the rest of us. It's great to see you, Vlad, and we'll look forward to hearing what the president responds about your $2 million donation on behalf of Robinhood to the inaugural fund. Thanks.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people have heard about Trump's plans to, quote unquote, buy Iceland? Yeah, Trump said that he's going to buy Iceland. I don't know if anybody is aware of that. This is something that's been floated around. Have you guys heard about that? If you guys heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not hear about that, give me a thumbs down. Look at the trends here. Look at the trends. U.S. regains primacy in crypto market on Trump agenda and the ETF demand. All right. Now, we just talked about the ETF demand. Bitcoin trading versus dollar is more concentrated in U.S. hours. Open interest in CME futures for Bitcoin and Ethereum scaled records. Now, let me ask you guys this question. The demand is still there for Ethereum, right? The demand is still there for Ethereum. Why is Ethereum's price not reacting in the same way that Bitcoin's price is reacting? Why is that not happening? All right. The crypto market center of gravity is back in the United States as 2025 approaches, courtesy of Donald Trump's re-election to the presidency and widening demand for the nation's digital assets funds and derivatives contract. So again, what kind of indicator is that? What does that mean? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Yeah, I see I'm gonna have to do a stream about the Trump Greenland talk. Y'all keeping me busy, man. Yo, if y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Trump's vow to make America the linchpin of the crypto sector ignited a frenzy of trading, adding to a spurt in activity triggered by the surprisingly successful rollout of U.S. Bitcoin exchange-traded funds from the start of 2024. Now, let me ask you guys this. Why is this surprising? I wasn't surprised by this at all. I knew that as soon as these Bitcoin ETFs rolled out, they were going to blow up. I knew that. As a result, the U.S. is increasingly key for digital assets liquidity and benchmark pricing, whereas for part of last year, Asia appeared to be the big beneficiary of a Biden administration crypto crackdown that Trump is now undoing. So let me ask you guys this. When it comes to these policies that Joe Biden was making, doesn't it seem like Joe Biden was making policies to sabotage the United States and to make things seem to work a little bit better for China, while acting like they have a problem with China? You have a problem with China, but you're literally giving them all the business deals. It doesn't make any sense. And I wouldn't disagree with Black Free Thinker. He said Megatron crazy as heck. Facts. Facts. The charts below capture changes in crypto market structure during a historic 12 months when U.S. demand helped take Bitcoin past $100,000 for the first time. Remember, this wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't supposed to happen. But the thing is that not very many people who are actual financial analysts or trained financial analysts, not many of them were the people who were going around saying that nonsense. Shout out to my man Fantizzi. What's good with it, bro? All right. So now here it says the share of daily Bitcoin trading against the dollar occurring in U.S. hours has climbed to about 53% from 40% in 2021. Data from Kaiko show growing institutional participation has shifted liquidity dominance towards America, CF Benchmark's head of project Thomas Erdasi said. Okay. U.S. Bitcoin ETFs have logged cumulative trading volume of more than $500 billion and net inflows of about $36 billion since going live in January. Okay. So again, what this shows is that there's a demand. Look at these graphs down there. You know what I'm saying? Look at those graphs down there. What does all this stuff mean? What does it all mean? BlackRock Incorporation's iShares Bitcoin Trust is one of the most successful fund launches ever. Under Trump, the deck of U.S. crypto ETFs is expected to expand beyond the current offerings, which are limited to Bitcoin and to Ethereum. Now, we know they're also trying to come up with Solana exchange-traded funds, right? Open interest or outstanding contracts for Bitcoin and Ethereum futures hosted by Chicago-based CME Group Incorporated reached all-time highs this year. CME now ranks top for Bitcoin futures open interest, where previously offshore platform Binance Holdings was the market leader. Okay, so again, what's happening, right, is that a lot of this stuff is now shifting back to the United States. It's now shifting back to the United States. Okay. The collapse of FTX exchange and sister hedge fund Alameda Research in 2022 badly hurt liquidity. It also made Solana very available. That's when your boy was able to get all them Solanas at $16 a pop. That's when your boy was able to get them Solanas at $15 a pop. Now, mind you, I've been aggressively buying Solana, right? So I can't brag about the little cheap average cost of $60 anymore. It's raised to $90. You know what I'm saying? The U.S. ETF and Trump-fueled optimism have helped to turn things around. Crypto market depth, the ability to shoulder relatively large orders without unduly impacting prices is back at levels seen before the FTX crisis, closing much of the so-called Alameda gap. Kaiko data shows. All right, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good. You know what I'm saying? So now what we about to do is we about to take a look at this next article real quick. All right, it's actually a video. And what I want people to pay very close attention to is I want people to pay attention to what these CEOs say. They're going to be talking about, quote unquote, how high can Bitcoin go? Now, we got to come with the price predictions, right?
Incredible run, Matt. As we look ahead now to 2025, 12 months from now, Matt, you know, it's December 2025. We're talking here. Bitcoin is where, Matt? What do you forecast?
We're going to have, it's great to be here. We're going to have the same conversation that Bitcoin has had an incredible run. We expect Bitcoin to be up above $200,000 by this time next year. There are just three ETFs that are vacuuming up Bitcoin. You have public companies like Microstrategy vacuuming up Bitcoin. And now we're talking about governments vacuuming up Bitcoin. At the end of the day, it comes down to supply and demand. There's too much demand, not enough supply. And so I think the price goes higher in 2025.
I mean, Matt, rarely, though, do you see demand for an asset so sustained over this kind of a time period, right? Does it need new catalysts, or I mean, is this effectively just a momentum trade with nothing really to stop it?
Well, I think the real story is people just wake up to Bitcoin at different paces. We saw retail investors get there first. We've seen companies. And
now, mind you, when it comes to a lot of these CEOs and a lot of these people who are just now dealing with Bitcoin, a lot of these guys, these people are rookies, man. They really, you know, they have their market teams and they have their research people and their analysts, but they don't really have the hands-on experience and they really don't have the understanding of exactly what's going on.
Financial advisors get there. We're starting to see institutions get there. And once they realize that Bitcoin's not going away, that it belongs in a portfolio, they have to get off zero, get to 1%. Blackrock now says 2%.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. If people say you can't leave Bitcoin alone and it belongs in a portfolio, what else needs to be said? What other evidence is necessary? What else do we have to prove? What else needs to be shown? Somebody let me know. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media.
So it's just this cascading series of educational breakthroughs that brings new people into the market. Look, Bitcoin is now a global macro asset. It's a few $1 trillion. Pretty much every investor should have some, and we still have a large number of investors to go. That's why I think this is maybe a momentum trade. Maybe it's a one-off introduction, but we're still early in that journey. We have many quarters to go.
In terms of potential catalysts, Matt, I got to ask you about Trump and his support for this idea of a Bitcoin strategic reserve, Matt. What do you make of that? What do you think the odds are that actually happens? If it did happen, what would it mean for the price?
Yeah, I'll answer that last one first. If we do get a Bitcoin strategic reserve where the government is buying Bitcoin, and there's a bill from Senator Lummis that had the government buy 1 million Bitcoin, $200,000 Bitcoin is going to be looking quaint. You're going to be looking at $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 Bitcoin. It's just too big a story because governments all.
So now, again, this is very important information, right? We need to ask this question. What is the likelihood that Trump will actually be able to get this strategic Bitcoin reserve going? How many people think that this will indeed happen? If you think that this is going to happen, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down.
All around the world would have to do it. When this initial idea was floated, I was somewhat skeptical of it, but over the months, it hasn't gone away. In fact, we continue to see leaders in the Trump administration suggest that they're open to it. I still think, maybe it's less than a 50% chance, but it's not zero. And again, if it happens, or if we start to see it happening in other countries, you're going to see, a rip up in Bitcoin that will make 2024 look pretty docile in comparison.
And one of the other predictions that you have for the coming year is that Coinbase is going to be a big beneficiary here. So big a beneficiary, then it's going to surpass Schwab in terms of brokerage size. Talk us through how you get from here to there.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. This is a big prediction, right? And I hadn't even heard anything about this. This is brand new, right? Now, with this prediction here, right? My question for you guys is, if that's the case, if that is possible, if that is true, if that occurs, right? If Coinbase outgrows Schwab as an investment firm, what does that mean for crypto.com? What does that mean for crypto.com? Let me know what you guys think.
Yeah, right now it's about half the size of Charles Schwab, and we think it could reach that and more. Coinbase is this really unique opportunity because there was so much regulatory suppression over the past few years. Coinbase hasn't had major competitors bubbling up to challenge it. It's sort of had a degree of regulatory capture, if you can believe it. And as a result, it's been able to sustain its high margins in brokerages and then layer on things like layer 2 network base. It's executing extremely well. It has a limited competitive environment, and it's in an industry that's growing 100% year over year. When you add those three things together, you'll.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. You heard the statistics that the CEO of Bitwise just stated, right? In an industry that's growing 100% year over year. Now, an industry that's growing 100% year over year. Let me ask you guys this. What kind of returns is that producing? What kind of returns is that producing?
See this vault up the spectrum. It'll also help if it gets into the S&P 500 and you see institutional uncertainty. It cleared the competitive fat path, and now it's going to reap those rewards and build really, maybe an unassailable.
That IPO window, Matt, swings open. I'm curious whether you think you're going to see more crypto names next year, Tesla's public markets, and if so, Matt, any names on your radar?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is a story of regulatory suppression. You can imagine the negative regulatory environment sort of pushing the lid down on crypto for the past few years. And now that's being released. The lid's going to come off. Where you think we'll see multiple firms come to market. Firms like Kraken, which is a Chainalysis, which is a digital data firm. There may be a dozen high quality companies that are big enough to go public. They're due to go public, and I think they will go public, and that will just further normalize this industry. Every American will own crypto in their brokerage account through these companies. We'll see Wall Street coverage.
Now, let me ask you guys again. We're going to keep asking all of these questions, right? If every American owns cryptocurrency through their brokerage firm, what's that going to do to the overall price of the cryptocurrency total market cap? What is that going to do? And does that improve the risk and trim off some of the volatility of the crypto market? Let me know what you guys think. And I also got another question. So shout out to the people in the Discord. Those podcasts and those videos that I post in the Discord, would those be videos that you guys would be interested in doing streams about and reacting to in addition to this? If so, let me know. All right, let me know. And shout out to the replay gang. Leave a comment. Let me know.
It's going to be a very positive theme, and I think you're maybe already starting to see that. You're starting to see companies uplist into markets. I think the IPO window explodes in 2025.
Gosh, Matt, all of your predictions are positive ones. I listen, I got to ask you, what could go wrong? Because the way you're describing it, is perfect. Risks here?
This has been what's been keeping me up at night, re-underwriting my bullish thesis. Of course, there are risks. The biggest risk is that politicians don't deliver on their promises.
Yeah, me too. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Loser Rug said, I'm curious to see what tokens will be purchased besides Bitcoin. We know, I'm going to give you some ones that I think will be purchased. We already know Ethereum. We already know Solana. We already know XRP. I would go as far as to say even Algo, for the most part, Polygon, Atom, and Polkadot, right? I would also go as far as to say Doge, Shiba, and Pepe for sure. BNB, Binance Coin, Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin, Cardano, Stellar. What else? Maybe, I don't know, something maybe like Chainlink or something like that. Some of the AI stuff like Artificial Super Intelligence Alliance. What do you guys think? You guys let me know. Shout out to HBAR. I think HBAR people will buy that. And I think some of the new stuff like Bonk. You know what I'm saying? I think people are going to get into Bonk. I don't know if anybody paid attention to Turbo, but Turbo went turbo again.
We don't get regulatory clarity as fast as we think. We don't get a high quality stablecoin bill, or the industry, the traditional finance industry interferes with those bills. So they're not really pro crypto and sort of pro economic freedom. Regulation and politics are supposed to be a big driver of crypto in 2025. And if they deliver on their promises, I think it's an extraordinary bull market. But the proof will be in the pudding. We haven't seen these bills. We haven't seen the strategic reserve. So that's the biggest risk is politicians not delivering.
Matt, always great to see you and to have you on the show. Happy.
So, yeah, that's always a big risk, right? That is always a big risk is, hold on real quick. What's going on here? Oh, okay. Anyway. All right, so we're going to take a look at this article here, and it's Michael Saylor talking about how he feels about the Bitcoin strategic asset, Bitcoin strategic reserve, right? I would really like to see a Bitcoin strategic reserve because I would really like to see those Bitcoin prices. Michael Saylor reveals strategic Bitcoin-based digital asset policy for the United States, all right? Michael Saylor, a vocal Bitcoin evangelist and co-founder of the Microstrategies giant, has published a post on the X social media platform offering to readers' attention his strategic digital asset policy that can strengthen the U.S. dollar and help America experience a large economic boom in the 21st century. Now, let me ask you guys a question. How much attention do you think that this gets? I hope people actually look at this, and I hope people take it serious. If you guys agree with Win, Lose, or Rug, probably best to watch and see what World Liberty Financial is doing. If you guys think that that's a great idea, like I do, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree and you don't think it's a good idea, then give me a thumbs down. The document revealing details of that concept was published on Michael Saylor's personal website. Okay. A strategic digital asset policy can strengthen the U.S. dollar, neutralize the national debt, and position America as a global leader in the 21st century digital economy, empowering millions of businesses, driving growth, and creating trillions in value. We should take a look at this. We should definitely take a look at this. Looks like it's got like a PDF. Let me see. Yeah, it's a PDF form. Very, very simple. Let's take a look at this. How many people want to look at Michael Saylor's recommendations for the Bitcoin strategic asset or strategic reserve? If you guys want to look at that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. This is it. This is straight from his website. Digital Assets Framework, Principles, and Opportunity for the United States. All right. Taxonomy, defining digital asset classes, establishing a clear, universally understood taxonomy of digital assets is critical to advancing policy and fostering innovation. I agree with that. Shout out to Lehman Lucas. What's good with it, bro? I agree with that. Definitions are key. They're extremely important. Digital commodity, an asset without an issuer. backed by digital power, e.g. Bitcoin. Digital security, an asset with an issuer backed by a security, e.g. equity, debt, or derivative. Digital currency, an asset with an issuer backed by fiat currency, right? So this would be something like a stable coin. Digital token, a fungible asset with an issuer offering digital utility. Digital NFT, a non-fungible asset with an issuer offering digital utility. Non-fungible token. Digital ABT, an asset with an issuer backed by a physical asset, e.g. gold, oil, or agricultural commodities. That would be something like that token that's called Pax Gold. How many heard of that token that's called Pax Gold? Okay. So now here it says legitimacy, establishing rights and responsibility. Creating a robust framework of rights and responsibilities is essential for issuers, exchanges, and owners to exchange in digital asset markets with confidence. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people have their own strategic Bitcoin reserve for yourself? If you got your own strategic Bitcoin reserve, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Lehman Lucas. Lehman Lucas said, Rob, do you think crypto is going to take over the dollar? Me personally, I don't think so. I don't think that they're in competition. One reason is because you kind of need the dollar. You don't really, but it helps. In most cases, the Bitcoin is valued against the dollar. Right? So I don't think that the cryptocurrency is going to take over the dollar. I don't think Bitcoin was designed to take over the dollar. I don't think that Bitcoin is in competition with the dollar. Bitcoin is in competition with something else. And I think that that's one of the things that people tend to make a mistake about. People look at these kind of things and they say, oh, well, Bitcoin's going to take over the dollar, or quote unquote, Bitcoin could take over the dollar. The dollar could just collapse in on itself without any Bitcoin. Bitcoin had not been invented when multiple fiat currencies had collapsed in on themselves with no other competition. Let me ask you guys this question. In any country that's had a hyperinflation or a balance of payment crisis, what was the economic competitor that quote unquote took over and caused that collapse? In most cases, these systems are designed to fail. They're designed to fail. And when they fail, they're designed to empty all of the resources into specific people's pockets. And there's no competitor. Yeah, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, no, Bitcoin will not be the global reserve currency. Shoot, the renminbi, Chinese yuan, doesn't even want that spot. Yeah, I think that Bitcoin will, quote unquote, be a reserve asset, and it may be a reserve asset that's extremely rare and has a lot of value. But here's my question. Why is it? I want to ask people this question to frame this thing. Gold exists. Silver exists. Commodities exist. Diamonds exist. Palladium exists. Platinum exists. Titanium exists. These things are not looked at as being in competition of each other. They just exist, right? My question is, why is it that with the introduction of Bitcoin, Bitcoin can't just exist? It's got to be in competition. There is no competition with Bitcoin. There's no competition. There can't possibly be a competition. Bitcoin can't be in competition with assets that are going in the opposite direction of it. If Bitcoin is running towards the finish line and all the other assets are at a race to the start line, Bitcoin's not in. There's nobody running with Bitcoin. There's no competition. Who's competing with Bitcoin? In a competition, you compete to win, right? But there's nobody competing in the same direction. Everybody else is competing in a race to the bottom. Bitcoin is by itself in a race to the top. There's nobody there's nobody there. Like Bitcoin is on the track by itself, running the race by itself. And everybody else is off doing something else. That's the situation of the economy right now. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So I wouldn't even call it a competition. I think that the way that people look at this is completely, it's not right. It's inaccurate. And I think that people's looking at it incorrectly is what causes a lot of the incorrect analysis. And then there's people who know better that weaponize the incorrect analysis and the fears of those people in order to manipulate them. You know what I'm saying? Which is why you got to be on your P's and Q's. So now here it says path to legitimacy. Establish a global, real-time, and uninterrupted process for issuing, trading, and owning digital assets by individuals, corporations, and machines. Issuers, rights, the right to create and issue digital assets. Now, let me ask you guys this question. I got a different question for you guys. How many people think that there will be a point when you're able to walk into a bank and buy cryptocurrency? You'll be able to go to your bank, and one of the options that you'll be able to do is buy some Bitcoin or transfer some Bitcoin. Or like the safety deposit boxes, you will have hard wallets at the bank, and the banks will try to compete for custody of your crypto. How many people think that that'll be a thing in the future? If you guys think that that'll be a thing in the future, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that that'll be a thing in the future, give me a thumbs down. Okay. Rights, the right to create and issue digital assets. Responsibility, ensure fair disclosure and ethical behavior. Exchanges, rights, the right to custody, trade, and transfer assets between clients and other exchanges. Responsibilities, publish asset disclosures, protect client assets, and avoid conflicts of interests. Owners, rights, self-custody, trade, and transfer their assets. Responsibility, comply with applicable local laws. Foundational principle, no one has the right to lie, cheat, or steal. All participants are civilly and criminally responsible for their actions. 3, practicality, rational compliance to empower innovation. Shout out to Cameron. What's good with it, bro? Digital asset regulation must prioritize efficiency and innovation over friction and bureaucracy. So here we go again. I mean, like, let me ask you guys this question. Isn't this the same stuff? This is literally the same stuff that I say. Had we not went to Michael Saylor's website, you'd have thought that this was something that I just whipped up, and then nobody would have took it serious. You know what I'm saying? But Michael Saylor said it. You know what I'm saying? So it's a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Practicality, rational compliance to empower innovation. Now, shout out to the people that have been around, right? Cameron been around. Shout out to Cameron. You remember that little PowerPoint that I made, Cameron? Sound a lot like this, don't it? I put it in the Discord at one time, the PowerPoint. You know what I'm saying? Michael Saylor got a lot of Bitcoin now. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said that good old dark humor. Bro, you got to constantly remind them. You got to constantly remind them. You know what I'm saying? Because people constantly remind me how they don't mess with me. So I got to constantly remind them, like, hey, you know what I'm saying? You cutting your own wrists. You know what I'm saying? You cutting your own risk, and don't ask me to apply pressure to it because I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I'm gonna just walk around it and try to make sure I don't get anything on my shoes and keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? Digital asset regulation must prioritize efficiency and innovation over friction and bureaucracy. Standardize disclosures. Define a data structure for each digital asset class to constitute fair public disclosure. Industry-led compliance. Allow exchanges to collect and publish asset data as service to industry and investors. Cost limits, issuance compliance, limit cost to no more than 1% of AUM to issue an asset. Maintain compliance, limit cost to no more than 10 basis points annually to maintain asset listing. Streamline issuance, remove regulators from the critical path of digital issuance. Empower exchanges to deliver integrated services to issuers, owners, and other exchanges. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people are ready for the Bitcoin for the Bitcoin backed credit card? Shout out to my man Hurricane IQ. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Yo, make sure y'all show Hurricane IQ some love for funding the organization and for growing the organization, standing on business for 16 months. I definitely appreciate it, bro. Make sure y'all show Hurricane some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Hurricane.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to my man Carlton Wade. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to my man Cameron Jones. Definitely appreciate you. We got one off of that goal. Definitely appreciate it. Y'all know I'm trying to become a Solana tuna fish. Help your boy become a Solana tuna fish, man. Make sure y'all show Cameron some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Cameron for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Definitely appreciate it. All right. So now, see, look, he got the mission and the vision. The mission and the vision. There go the vision. There go the vision. You know what I'm saying? A capital markets renaissance. The United States has an opportunity to catalyze a 21st century capital markets renaissance, unleashing trillions of dollars in value creation. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many of y'all want some of them trillions? Everybody say that they want some of the trillions, right? Everybody says that they want some of the trillions, but do they really? The United States has an opportunity to catalyze a 21st century capital markets renaissance, unleashing trillions of dollars in value creation. Rapid issuance, allow issuers to create and issue digital assets in hours or days instead of months or years. Cost reduction, drive the cost of issuance from 10 to 100 million to 10 to 100,000. See, he did the base 10 reduction there. See that? 10 to 100 million, 10 to 100,000. We just moving decimal places. I've been telling y'all about that. Access expansion, open capital markets to 40 million businesses, up from the current 4,000 public companies. So again, we did the base 10, right? We took away 4 zeros. See? This is dimensions. This is moving across dimensions. You know what I'm saying? Broader participation, empower small businesses, artists, celebrities, and mid-sized enterprises to raise capital through tokenized assets. Investor opportunities, enable access to thousands of digital assets, including tokenized commodities, real estate, art, businesses, teams, collectibles, IP, and brands. Financial instruments, look at this. This is what I was just talking about, like equity, debt, derivatives, and currencies. Products, services, and projects that provide value to customers, investors, and fans. Okay. Opportunity, establishing the United States as the global digital leader. You know what I'm saying? The global digital leader. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What's a better investment? Real estate or Bitcoin? Why or why not? And there's no right answer. Of course, it's all opinion. But what do you all think? What's your logic and why? And don't just say Bitcoin because it's tail from the cryptocurrency. If you actually think that real estate is a better asset, stand on it. Say that you think real estate is a better asset. It's okay. And let us know why you think it is. You know what I'm saying? Opportunity. Establishing the United States as the global digital leader. A strategic digital asset policy can strengthen the U.S. dollar, neutralize the national debt, and position America as a global leader in the 21st century digital economy. U.S. dollar as the global digital reserve currency. Grow digital currency markets from 25 billion to 10 trillion, creating massive demand for U.S. treasuries. Digital capital growth. Expand global digital capital markets from 2 trillion to 280 trillion, with the U.S. investors capturing the majority of this wealth. You see what Michael Saylor is trying to do? Michael Saylor is trying to pass them trillions across hands. This is what I was talking about in the Discord yesterday. Let me ask you this question. Does Bitcoin call and say the stove is broken? Does Bitcoin call and tell you it can't pay the rent this month? Does Bitcoin say, I need you to come and fix the refrigerator? Does Bitcoin say that the driveway is cracked? Do you have to go and turn the electric on so people can live in a Bitcoin? Those are some pretty easy questions to answer. I bet you you'll get harder questions all day that you'll answer quicker. I bet you that. I'll be willing to put money on that. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Expand global digital capital markets from $2 trillion to $280 trillion. What happens to the price of Bitcoin and all your other cryptocurrency if the digital capital market increases from $200 trillion to $280 trillion in 4 years? Where does that put you? Where does that put you? Digital asset leadership. Drive growth in digital assets beyond Bitcoin from 1 trillion to 590 trillion. That's a 5.9x increase, right? Yeah. Shout out to Carl DeWay. Carl DeWay said Bitcoin won't curse you out or try to delete you. Right. You don't have to go in and clean up a Bitcoin when somebody moves out and then argue with them about a security deposit. You don't have to file an eviction on somebody not getting out of your Bitcoin. Right. Now, it may sound funny, right? These things may sound funny. Are they true? Am I wrong? Am I lying? And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't hit that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. Establish a Bitcoin reserve capable of creating $16 to $81 trillion in wealth for the United States Treasury, providing a pathway to offset national debt. Now, if you did this with national debt, do you think you could do it with personal debt? And I would not disagree with this at all. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says, in terms of investment, nothing beats a particular NFT, which is the one you see in the mirror. Facts. Facts. So I think this is a vague plan, but I don't think there's nothing wrong with it though. I think it's some good initial, thoughts. I think it's good that Michael Saylor put that out there. Now, you could just be like, oh, well, that's common. That's all that stuff is common sense. It is common sense, but somebody got to write it down. It's got to be documented. It's got to be suggested. It's got to be put out there that this is the direction that, people, the world should head in. Right. And I think that that's great that he did that. You know what I'm saying? Strategic Bitcoin and digital asset policy for the United States. All right. The document published by Saylor is titled Digital Assets Frameworks, Principles, and Opportunities for the United States. It suggests dividing digital assets into several groups, establishing legitimacy for them, setting up rational compliance, as well as offering a vision of capital markets renaissance. As part of this concept, Saylor believes it's necessary to divide digital assets into several categories. That includes a digital commodity, i.e. assets without an issuer and backed by digital power, such as Bitcoin, a digital security, which is an asset with an issuer backed by a security, e.g. equity, debt, and derivative. All right. Key fundamentals of Saylor's concept. Then goes a definition of a digital token, with utility being the main feature, a digital NFT and a digital ABT, which is an asset with an issuer backed by a physical asset, also known, gold, like commodities, gold, oil, agricultural commodities, right? The above-mentioned document also includes a section about the creation of a robust framework of rights and responsibilities targeted at asset issuers, exchanges, and asset owners in order to engage in digital asset markets with confidence. A key principle for implementing the concept and following it after says no one has the right to lie, cheat, or steal. All participants are civilly and criminally responsible for their actions. Okay. Shout out to my man Izzy. What's good with it, bro? Merry Xmas. Now I know you ain't celebrating Xmas. I know you ain't celebrating Xmas, bro. But it's good to see you, though, man. I was just talking about you the other day. You law asked about you. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, I had just hollered at him the other day, and we got some stuff coming. We definitely got some stuff coming. Shout out to my man John Guillory. I appreciate it. John Guillory says, what's good, fam? B1, Merry Christmas to you all. B1. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show John some love for funding the organization and standing on business for 19 months. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
For sure, bro. I got you. I definitely got you. And make sure, drop your link in the chat so people can go check out your live stream. Izzy said he about to go live in a little bit. Make sure y'all go and show my man some support, show my man some love. You know what I'm saying? That's my brother from another right there. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all go and check out that live stream. I already know it's going to be lit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man AB Promotions. I get what we look. It's just a beautiful thing. If one of the mods would be so kind as to drop the link to Izzy's channel in the chat, I'd greatly appreciate it. Shout out to my man AB Promotions. Definitely appreciate you, bro, for funding the organization for 14 months. Make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man AB Promotions for funding the organization for 14 months. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to my man John, and shout out to Black Free Thinker. See, we got you, bro. We got you. So make sure y'all hit that link that Black Free Thinker and John Guillory just put in the chat. Make sure y'all hit that bell over there. Hit that bell twice. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Sailor's MicroStrategy added to the NASDAQ 100. Now, I'm pretty sure y'all all knew this, right? Everybody knew this. This is old news. How many people knew that MicroStrategies got added or is supposed to be added to the NASDAQ 100? If you was aware of this, give me a thumbs up. If you were not aware of this, give me a thumbs down. All right. A report by You Today earlier this month, the MicroStrategy business intelligence firm entered the NASDAQ 100 index of companies not related to the finance industry. NASDAQ also has such giants on board as Tesla, Microsoft, and Amazon. Sailor's company was able to make that remarkable achievement thanks to the rapid market capitalization growth gained due to using the Bitcoin strategy of accumulating this cryptocurrency. Now, shout out to Izzy for being in here, right? Shout out to Izzy, because Izzy is another person that can vouch. How long have I been screaming the crypto message? Like, this is not something new to me. You know what I'm saying? On YouTube, you know, you got these popular narratives and you got these people and everybody's trying to jump off and cut the other person off. Nah, B. This don't have nothing to do with Trump. This has nothing to do with Trump. I've been banging crypto since thank you. 9 to 10 years. 9 to 10 years. Matter of fact, that's how me and Izzy met. I was dropping some, you know what I'm saying, crypto topics, talking about something. Some clown on the app that we was on before swagger jacked my stuff. You know what I'm saying? Izzy called him out on it. The rest is history. You know what I'm saying? So when you hear people say this kind of stuff on YouTube, this is not new to me. I'm not new to this. When it comes to crypto, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not new to crypto. I'm true to crypto. Always have been. It's got nothing to do with the 2024 election. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, as of late, these accumulations have been made thanks to the debt raised by the company from shareholders who receive yields on their own indirect Bitcoin investments in MicroStrategies. All right. So again, like I said, this is that hybrid type of investment, or that hybrid type of financial instrument that I was telling y'all. You know what I'm saying? Michael Saylor is doing that. Michael Saylor is doing that. He's making these hybrid investments so that people can have Bitcoin exposure and not necessarily have to hold the Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? So let me see. Hold on real quick. Let me see what else we got. So speaking of Michael Saylor, let's talk about the purchasing of Bitcoin from MicroStrategies. Now, let me ask you guys this question. And this is actually a question. I'm asking y'all this question. What do y'all think? Because this is something that I've been considering, but I don't know if it's something that I actually want to do or not. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's something that I want to do or not. I was considering getting like ETF exposure with Bitcoin, and I was considering getting some MicroStrategy stock. What do y'all think about that? If I should do it, give me a thumbs up. If I should not do it, then give me a thumbs down. Let me know what y'all think. MicroStrategies Bitcoin purchases surpassed 2021 bull market levels. So I want y'all to try to conceptualize how much money MicroStrategies is spending on Bitcoin right now. Conceptualize this. The amount of Bitcoin that MicroStrategies is buying surpassed the entire bull market of 2021. That's wild. And shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, salute and happy holidays to you all. We appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Yeah. I was actually thinking that, bro. Yeah, I was actually thinking that. You know what I'm saying? I was definitely actually thinking that. According to MicroStrategy co-founder Michael Saylor, the company currently holds 439,000 Bitcoin valued at over $41 billion. Yo, that's wild. Shout out to Izzy, man. When me and Izzy first met, the Bitcoin price, one Bitcoin was like $1,500. Like you could actually keep track of time, like by Bitcoin prices. You know how like some people keep track of time, like, yeah, you know, we was cool around the time when 50 Cent came out with Get Rich or Die Trying. You know what I'm saying? Me and Izzy, you know what I'm saying? When we got cool, Bitcoin was like about 1,500. It was like 1,500. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. That shit $100,000 now. Like that shit is crazy. It's actually crazy. It is so wild. It is so wild to see and to believe that and to like witness that. It is insane. I remember when the price, when everybody was calling the $100,000 price predictions crazy. I remember this. You know what I'm saying? And now it's just, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Izzy. And we was debating if it would go up this much this fast. Yeah. Yeah. It's when you look back at stuff like that, it's nostalgic and crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's nostalgic and crazy. Like you just be like, yeah, man, that's wild. Where did time go? You know what I'm saying? Like that's just proof right there, man. You got to live your best life. You got to take advantage. Like I said, because the only thing that's comparable to Bitcoin for real, like Black Free Thinker has said, is time. It's a finite asset that you don't know how much of you have. See, at least with Bitcoin, you know is 21 million Bitcoin. You know that. Time is a finite asset, but you don't know how much of it you have. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I bought some MicroStrategy when you played that remix clip of Saylor about fiat currency. We call them poor. People who use fiat, we call them poor. Oh man, that's wild, man. It's crazy how the time go, man. Like that shit is crazy. Listen, back then Ethereum was probably the price of Solana. Ethereum was anywhere between 150 and like $225 back then. Ethereum was. And I would say like Litecoin was like $29. Maybe Litecoin was as high as 50. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it was as high as 50. Microstrategies periodic Bitcoin purchases have surpassed the highest levels recorded during the 2021 bull market. That is wild that a company is buying that much Bitcoin. Shout out to Tammy. What's good with it, Tammy? That's wild that a company is buying that damn much Bitcoin, man. You know what I'm saying? The company's November and December Bitcoin purchases are also increasing in size from earlier 2024 acquisitions. According to the Sailor Tracker page, look at this. MicroStrategy purchased 27,200 Bitcoin on November 10th of 2024 at approximately $74,000 per coin. So on each of these 27,200 coins, for the most part, approximately they made $25,000 on each coin. They made $25,000 on each coin. Approximately. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment. Smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. MicroStrategies acquired another 51,780 Bitcoin on November 17th, followed by its largest Bitcoin buy on record of 55,500 Bitcoin on November 24th at roughly $97,000 per coin. Listen, man, MicroStrategies is buying Bitcoin the way that we buy Crow, the way that we buy Bonk. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, for sure, bro. I got you. I for sure got you. You using StreamYard? If you're using StreamYard, I for sure got you because my settings will be all set up. I can be lazy. So now here it says during the 2021 bull run, MicroStrategies' biggest acquisition was 29,646 Bitcoin on December 21st of 2020 when Bitcoin traded around a $21,000 price level. How many people wish for those $21,000 Bitcoin days to come back? I don't, because I already spent a lot of money on Bitcoin how it is right now. So I'm cool with just keep on going up. You ain't got to trace back down. You know what I'm saying? MicroStrategies' corporate Bitcoin treasury plan has inspired other companies to follow suit, and many traders see it as a positive price catalyst for Bitcoin, pulling institutional capital and liquidity from the stock market into the Bitcoin market. All right. MicroStrategies added to the NASDAQ 100 stock market index. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Oh, okay. On the sale. Okay, I got you. Let me ask you guys this. If it wasn't for Bitcoin, do you all think that MicroStrategies would be on the NASDAQ 100? Let me ask you guys this question. What product does MicroStrategies produce? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said he wanted to go back down. What product does MicroStrategies produce? What are they famous for? Anybody know? Shout out to Izzy. Izzy says no. Yeah, I think they're just a data company, like a financial data company, or like some type of process data company, like a business analysis company or something like that. Yeah, they don't have a flagship product, anything. Simply investing in Bitcoin, right? This is the point of me saying this is not to go in on MicroStrategies. The point of me saying this is to say this. Their Bitcoin investment strategy completely has outshined their actual business. Think about that. Like the actual business that they're in, their Bitcoin strategy has surpassed that. Now they're famous for all the Bitcoin that they have, and there's not one person that can name a product that they make. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? As long as you're making money and you paying the shareholders, right? I mean, that's cool. That's fine. You know, I'm not criticizing it at all. I'm just saying that's the power of Bitcoin, though. If you guys would agree, that's the power of Bitcoin, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Microstrategies will enter the NASDAQ 100 index, a weighted index of the 100 largest companies by market capitalization, listed on the NASDAQ exchange on December 23rd of 2022. The inclusion of Microstrategies in the NASDAQ 100 gives stock investors exposures to Bitcoin, including holders of the Invesco QQQ Trust, an exchange-traded fund with approximately $322 billion in assets under management. Following the addition of MicroStrategy to the NASDAQ index, the company added several new executives to its board of directors, including former Binance US CEO Brian Brooks, Galaxy Digital board member Jane Dietz, and Greg Winarski of Fanatics Holdings. So they got like an all-star team in their boardroom. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said now they're shifting to AI development. That's the wave of the future. That's the wave of the future right there. You know what I'm saying? Brian Brooks also served as former United States comptroller of the currency in 2021 under the Biden administration. As the comptroller of the currency, Brooks oversaw the U.S. banking system. Michael Saylor, MicroStrategies co-founder, previously said that the company will continue buying Bitcoin at peak prices for the entire life cycle of the asset. The entrepreneur told Yahoo Finance, "I'm sure that I will be buying Bitcoin at $1 million a coin, probably $1 billion a day of Bitcoin at 1 million a coin." Now, I want you guys to think of this model. Think of this model. And this was a video that I watched the other day. And you know what? I should actually see if I could find this video that I watched the other day. Because the video actually laid out this model in a very graphic, very easy to understand fashion, right? And it was a really cool example that they used. Let me see something real quick. Let me see history. Let me see something. Was it this right here? No, it wasn't that one. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Yeah, I think it was this. Let me see. It might be two videos. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Was it this? Let me see. All right, so look at this. This is a video from a month ago. I just want to look at one more thing. And real quick, while I'm doing this, if y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Hold on one second. Let me just want to see something real quick because I want to make sure I got the right video. Because that video was really good. That video was really good. I think that is it. So basically what they said, I want you guys to shout out to Detroit 313. What's good with you, bro? Make sure y'all show Detroit 313 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Detroit 313 for funding the organization and growing the organization and standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on big work. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate it. So check this out, right? So when it comes to Bitcoin, right? Another way that you can look at Bitcoin is that the amount of Bitcoin decreases while the amount of stuff that you can buy with the decreased Bitcoin increases. When it comes to everything else, you need more of the money to buy less stuff. So with Bitcoin, you need less Bitcoin to buy more stuff. With money, you need more money to buy less stuff. Does that make sense? So you remember that depreciation analogy that I used earlier? The one that I just said just now, that holds true as well. Okay? That holds true as well. So when it comes to Bitcoin, this year, 1 Bitcoin, right, will buy you less stuff than half a Bitcoin will buy you next year. At the year after that, 1/4 of a Bitcoin will buy you more stuff than a half a Bitcoin bought you. So you're paying less Bitcoin over time. Having Bitcoin is like having an eternal coupon. You're going to constantly be paying less if you're using Bitcoin. Does that make sense? So, and again, that model shows the depreciation. The relationship of everything to Bitcoin is depreciation. Nothing appreciates against Bitcoin. There's not one thing in the history of the world that appreciates to Bitcoin. Would you guys, if you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So let's watch this real quick.
Only 0.01 Bitcoin can make you a millionaire. All right, so 0.01 Bitcoin doesn't really sound like a lot, but here's exactly how it's going to make you a future millionaire. Okay, so basically, Bitcoin itself only has 21 million coins, and this specific number literally cannot be changed. And 1 Bitcoin actually has 100 million Satoshis. What is the Satoshi here, you ask? Well, it is basically money. So it's basically like $1. 1 Satoshi equal.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How close are we to a situation where all of the Bitcoin are held and there's a bid for the newest Bitcoin to be mined by a miner? Is that a situation that's coming? Is that a situation that we'll have to worry about very soon? Let me know what you guys think.
Let's say in simple terms, $1. By the way, if you want to link to this and you want to go through this chart with me, go ahead and click the first link in the description. Okay, now just imagine if Bitcoin specifically is distributed evenly across the entire population, every single person would have 262,000 Satoshis. So let's say if you are able to get.
So now let me ask you guys a question. If everything depreciates against Bitcoin, does everything depreciate against Satoshis also? Let me know what you guys think. If everything depreciates against Bitcoin, does everything also depreciate against Satoshis? Let me know.
Get 0.01 Bitcoin, it's going to take you way ahead of the population. And the crazy part here is that more adoption, which means more and more people using.
Yeah. Shout out to Cameron. Yeah, I agree. Satoshis are Bitcoin. Yeah. So the answer would be, of course. Yeah. Facts. Shout out to my man, Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said, I just received Tandem and Ledger for crypto today. That's what's good. Y'all throw some flames in the chat for Detroit 313. That's what's good. That's, bro, look, man, listen, that is what is good.
Bitcoin, every single Satoshi is just going to become more and more valuable right here. Okay, so let's say in a perfect world, Bitcoin becomes a worldwide currency. Every single one of these Satoshis right here is going to be higher value. Every single Satoshi is going to have a higher value, which means, so for example, you know, let's say you go to a job, you get 3 Satoshis per hour instead of, $12.
Yeah, I was just talking with my brother yesterday about the Ledger. He's been trying to sell me on getting a Ledger forever.
hour. So as you know, it does get bigger, it becomes a worldwide currency. Satoshi itself, the Bitcoin's valuation, it is going to make these Satoshis a higher valuation. So I wonder if you guys are wondering, hey, what is the perfect time to get into BTC? And should I do it right now? Well, if there's any time to get into Bitcoin, especially if you're thinking about it right now, I think now is a perfect time. And why? Because number one, institutional backing. So recently you guys saw that Blackrock itself started ETF products and started accumulating Bitcoin itself. And number two, Trump actually getting in the government makes this a crypto-friendly government, which means the innovation in the crypto sector is going to happen a lot faster than you can even imagine. All right, so how is Bitcoin specifically different than stocks, gold, or real estate? Why not just go in here, right? Why not just go buy these three things? Well, number one, stocks themselves, they don't have a limited supply, which means any Jeff Bezos tomorrow is go ahead and able to increase the shares of these stocks and basically dump on you. In terms of gold, let's say you're
Now, shout out to AB Promotion. AB Promotion says, what do you use for custody? Right now, I just be using MetaMask. What I'm trying to do, because the reason why I haven't invested in a wallet yet is because I want to get these liquidity pools organized and then know where I need to be stashing what at, and then I'm gonna start doing my wallet distributions and integrating MetaMask and all of the different wallets into the hard wallets. I haven't done that yet because I've been trying to organize, because there's certain tokens that I'm trying to find and figure out exactly how to stake. Like one of the tokens that I want to stake is Liquid Crow. How many people have seen Liquid Crow? You can stake Crow for Liquid Crow on this staking pool or this liquidity site that's called what's good with it, bro?
What's up?
Chilling. What's good with you? That picture got me dead.
Yeah, look, I didn't even mean to jump in like that. I was just gonna listen and shit. So my bad on that.
Oh, you good, bro?
And I just was like, I was gonna type and ask questions.
That's hilarious.
So I didn't really mean to come in here and like jump on your stream. So I apologize.
It's all good, bro. It's all good. What's up with it? Man, what's good with it though? What you think? What you think about the Bitcoin shit?
You already know, man. I'm actually a little surprised that Bitcoin is like performing the way it is. I mean, I am, but I'm not. It's kind of like this really weird feeling. Like it's like I'm not really surprised, but there's a part of me that is surprised because I think this should have been hit. Certain milestones should have been hit a while back, and because of all of these super mega business investments where it's going to start hitting new places for the strat. I'm kind of iffy on where it's going to go, bro. So
me too. Because like the thing is, like all this stuff, like all the MicroStrategy stuff and all that, that's not what it was designed for.
Right. And that's where I'm kind of like, and so it's like, I get your point where you're saying, okay, yeah, should I invest? It's kind of like, I mean, it seems like it would be the right decision because it seems like a lot of different businesses are actually, whether out loud or secretly, they're taking that same position of MicroStrategy. So
right.
I feel like, I guess it's the right thing to do in the sense of that's where it's going, but I don't know if it's the right thing to do as in this could implode on itself. Like whenever big business get in onto certain shit, bro, sometimes shit go left real quick.
Yeah, because the thing is like the thing is like the idea is that it's supposed to be distributed across a whole bunch of people. It's not supposed to be concentrated in like these big packets, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like all these big businesses, like 5 businesses hold 90% of the Bitcoin. Like that's not how it was supposed to be. And
no.
And because it can be like that, now they can start using all of the Bitcoin that they have to kind of play with the market. And that's one of the things that that kind of worries me a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that worries me a whole lot because it's like, you know, you have, if you watch the stock market and you watch how it's manipulated there, right? And if you pay attention to how GameStop literally could have destroyed our whole economic system and nobody gets it.
Right.
Right. And then then you look at that model, and then you look at, Bitcoin, you look at this shit. I'm just saying, yeah.
Yeah, it's wild, man. And see, like that's one of the reasons why back in the day, like I was telling people, like, yo, people like buy Bitcoin, because like the idea wasn't for it to be hanging out there to where like, companies like Blackrock are buying up, billions of dollars in Bitcoin.
Right. And it was supposed to be for us to have made a come up actually before they actually jumped in. Because if you think that, the people who made this coin did not know, ultimately, if this became like a mainstream coin, like it has been, if you think that they didn't know where it was going and where it could go, I think you're wrong, right? So I think Satoshi probably knew that Bitcoin all this stuff could happen. It can happen. Right. And if it really gets popular, it probably will. Right. And so I think when it was marketed to everybody, right, it was marketed, hey, it's for us, for us, by us kind of like situation for, to get ahead a little bit. The problem was nobody invested.
No, right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like,
people invested.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like, yo, I made this nuclear energy thing that'll like heat the world forever. It's great. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a wonderful device. It's a thermonuclear device that'll provide energy to the entire world forever. And then Darth Vader got his hands on it.
Right. And it's really funny because now everybody, because see, now the thing is now people are really, 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 really starting to take, Bitcoin seriously, because $100,000, that's nothing to sneeze at, right?
Right.
So it's like, it's really funny, but honestly, it's like my advice, if in my opinion, it's like, you better get while the getting's still sort of good. Because the getting is not going to be too good in the future.
Not in the facts. That's what I keep telling people, bro. Do you remember when we actually used to talk in terms of Bitcoins, like multiple Bitcoins, like you know what I'm saying, like you could have like 10 Bitcoin. Now, like, man, ain't nobody talking like that except for them people like Michael Saylor and all them.
Right, and that's the whole thing, and this is why it's like people need to jump on. And don't get me wrong, I think Bitcoin still has a lot of future. Crypto has a future still. I do. The problem is, if you ain't up on your shit right now, you're almost too late. You know what I mean? You're kind of almost too late, to be completely honest. Like let's just be absolutely
too late. I would say too late for the maximum benefit.
Right,
you know
for the
maximum
benefit. Yeah, absolutely.
You would get a little bit of leverage for the most part, where like you'll be able to like somewhat keep your head afloat and stay
right.
above water.
Absolutely. There are ways to keep your head up, but that big payoff, that shit's over. Sorry about that.
Yeah. On Bitcoin for sure, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah, that is over, bro.
Because like these people, like Michael Saylor and them, you know what I'm saying, Kathy Woods and all them, they're buying, like, you talking like bro, like you buy Dogecoin or like Shiba coin, you know what I'm saying, like, and you would get like 10,000, 15,000. They're buying Bitcoin like it's meme coins.
Right, exactly, and that's when you no longer have nothing. You don't really have too much of a shoe in the game. It's kind of like, well, I hope you had something before, because if you had something before, good job.
Right.
You know what I mean? Good job. But if you don't, it's getting to that level, bro. It's getting to that level. But that's just me. Because I remember, bro, like when we were talking about it, when we started talking about it, it was between 1,500 and 2,500.
Yeah.
We were hitting highs of like 3,000. We were talking Litecoin was starting right around between 25 to 27. And then by the time we got off of that last streaming site, I think it was up to about 150, right? And then you had that was Litecoin, and then you got Ethereum. Ethereum started probably around 250 or so. And what is it at now? It's like what, 4,000?
3.5K. Bro, that was back when on Coinbase they only had Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, and Ethereum and Litecoin.
I remember. because that's where I got all my crypto from. That's where everybody got their crypto from, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, I get it. I understand, bro. But now on there, it's like, oh man, you can get everything on there now. And then
Yeah, you can get everything.
Yeah, dude. So it's like, it's a funny market. Just make sure you know what you're doing. That's all I can say, man.
Yeah, I agree.
You have your strategy. Know your strategy. Stick to your strategy. That's all I would say.
Yeah,
that's all I can say, really, to motherfuckers. If you know your strategy, stick to it. Do it. Good times and bad. If you know it's gonna work, it's gonna work. It is what it is, bro.
Right.
But yeah.
No, that's facts. That's facts. I remember back in the day, bro, like if you wanted to get coins, you had to buy your Bitcoin or buy your Ethereum on Coinbase and then send it over to Binance and then buy what you wanted on Binance or buy what you wanted on Kraken, because they're like, it wasn't no other exchanges nowhere.
Right, anywhere. You had to put it in your wallet, and then you had to open up an account. You had to do all that shit. And remember, we had Electronium when we bought into
Electronium,
that. We started buying into a whole bunch of shit because that's
Digicoin.
Even the Doge, we was on Doge and all that shit. So it's like, way back in the day, we was pushing this shit, and nobody listened to us.
Nobody was listening, bro.
Nobody listen. What's Doge at right now, real quick though?
36 cents, bro.
What? And when were we telling motherfuckers to buy Doge?
Bro, it was way less than a penny.
Right? It was less than a penny.
Bro, listen. Tron is like 23 cents now, bro.
Oh.
Remember all the Tron Lamborghini stuff? People will be buying the Tron Lamborghinis now.
And people don't get it. And this is why it's like, sometimes it's like, look, I don't be gassing nobody up, but I mean, you know your shit. And so when we used to talk, I gave up. I gave up on trying to tell people because nobody want to listen. Nobody likes to listen. Nobody likes to invest. Nobody understands, what it takes. So I just kind of stopped talking about it, because at the end of the day, if you're going to do it, you're going to do your homework. You're going to do it, but there was way too many people that just would talk a lot. But the only people that actually moved was you, me, and we had Petty, we had and one other motherfucker that we all had. But that's it. Nobody moved and really did anything. So hopefully people don't lose out on your opportunities to make some money. Keep your eye on your finances and keep your eye on the, all the markets.
See, that's the thing. When I do if you pay attention, bro, when I do the streams where I'm talking about crypto, because I rock with crypto, bro. Like I've met is one of my passions. So what I'm saying, whether it be people watching or not, like I'm gonna talk about some crypto. What I'm saying? But like the people that come and watch these streams, these are the people that are doing it. Oh, okay. These are the people that do this. Because if I was doing another stream, like if I was doing, stream talking about some politics or anything other than this, it would be way more people in here. But these is the core people. Like these are the people that like they are with the shit when it comes to crypto. And as far as I'm concerned, like I'm cool with that, because these are the people that's gonna have the same type of passion and determination that I'm having when it comes to looking at this. Because like I've been said, bro, like the Bitcoin has the highest, what I'm saying? Like it has the highest APY of any asset in human history. You know what I'm saying? I was talking about using Bitcoin to leverage and decelerate the racial wealth gap before Trump was talking about using it for a strategic reserve currency for the United States to attack the national debt.
But we've been talking the same stuff, bro. We were talking about trying to figure out a way to use this same stuff to get out of the wealth gap long ago. And so the thing is don't get me wrong. I'm sure the people in here understand it and get it, and I'm happy, and I'm so fucking happy. Finally, there are some motherfuckers that's like doing this shit. All I'm saying is, I don't know, like. I don't know about Trump doing,
right? Not right.
Gonna do with it. That's where
what Trump's gonna do. He gonna use it to make his, he gonna make his boys. He gonna make his people rich.
So what do you think? Do you think that you should just mirror everything that Trump does financially?
Oh no, hell no, absolutely no.
Okay.
Shit, that would require you going bankrupt and scamming people.
Right.
And all kinds, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. So then, right.
No, but
so
what I
then-
said, the reason why I brought that up was because what I was saying is that like before any of these people, before Trump, before Michael Saylor, I was trying to show people the comparison of how if you match Bitcoin with anything, because of how fast Bitcoin appreciates in relation to anything, Bitcoin backed with anything can essentially make something debt free. You see what I'm saying?
No, absolutely on that one. Absolutely.
Yeah. So my thing was, if you got, like, say for instance, you got some debt, and the debt like is a high interest credit card, 25%. Bitcoin appreciates at like 200% every year. So effectively, you're not even paying. If you match if you secure the debt with Bitcoin,
Right.
you're getting 150% premium. You're not paying 50% in debt. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay. All right.
So,
now I see what you're doing.
yeah, and so because of that, if you back that against other things, you can slow down that widening of the racial wealth gap, because the racial wealth gap is driven by debt. So if you have a way to decelerate the debt, you can slow that down. You see what I'm saying?
No, I absolutely get it. I definitely get it.
And so my thing is, like, that was an idea that I had came up with, that little model, you know what I'm saying? And then like
little motto.
Yeah, and then like you see like like Michael Saylor with the Bitcoin equities for Microstrategies, and you know what I'm saying, like Trump with the strategic Bitcoin reserve, and it's like, man, you know what I'm saying, like people getting priced out of it now, and it's like, man, I've been trying to tell people about this shit forever.
So do you think that there's something, and this might be a good question. Do you think that there is going to be another coin that will stabilize or like Bitcoin has? Or do you think that Bitcoin is the chief model and is the only thing that will survive ultimately?
Nah, I don't. I think that a lot of this stuff will survive, but I think that Bitcoin has ascended to a different kind of it's a different kind of asset.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like where you have other coins, you might have like a Dogecoin, like that's just a meme coin. People use it for trading. You can use it for payments and stuff like that. But it's just more of a fad type thing, right?
Right.
Then you got Ethereum. Ethereum is for like network efficiency and NFT minting and all of that stuff, to layer 2 solutions and all that.
Makes
Bitcoin is the coin that has come out on top as the most reliable and consistent proven store of value. And I think that in itself is a unique function to Bitcoin that gives Bitcoin all of its value.
No, absolutely. I do agree with you.
You see what I'm saying? So because of that doesn't negate the other functions or the utility of any of the other coins. Like everybody like looks at it like, well, there's this competition between Ethereum and Bitcoin. If you actually look at it, it's people are looking at the competition in terms of price and in terms of market share. But if you actually look at the function of the tokens, what the tokens do, what they're used for, what people use them for, their perceived value, you will see that a lot of these things, they're not in competition at all. They're not even the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah, well, I know that. I mean, I think anybody that really pays attention gets that, because I never thought Ethereum was ever going to bypass Bit. I never thought that. I've actually never thought or even thought to see any other coin bypassing Bitcoin, because it's just too stable. Right. That's why I asked, do you think ultimately Bit is going to be the one true stable coin and then everything else? But I guess I see your point where you're saying, no, there'll be other stable coins, but they'll be in their niche.
They'll be in their niche. Like Ethereum's not performing real well, but I would say that it's a very stable coin in its niche. I would say that Bitcoin has a monopoly on its niche, and there is no other Bitcoin.
Okay, I would agree with that one too. I would agree with that. And based upon that, you're seeing the long-term liquidity or not liquidity, but what's the word I'm looking for?
The utility, the value,
utility value, and leveraging value,
and the leveraging. Yeah. See, like I think that Bitcoin is performing and doing exactly what it was designed for and engineered for, and it was designed and engineered to be a constantly appreciating, tightly controlled, non-inflatable store of value. And if you ask me, it's performed doing that consistently since its production.
Well, I can't argue with that. I don't think anybody could argue with that one.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying? So the thing is if you would ask about a competition, then you would have to say, well, what other coin was designed to do what Bitcoin is doing? And
No.
I honestly don't even think that there's another coin that's designed to do anything like what Bitcoin is designed to do.
That's where I'm at. That's why I said none. There is none across the board.
Yeah. And so and that's why I would say, like, I wouldn't say that it's a competition thing. I would say it's a design thing. That's like if somebody said, like, well, what do you think is better? You know what I'm saying? Like a Chevy Silverado or a Mustang. Oh,
Right.
well, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they're both cars, but they're different though. One is like a sporty car, you know what I'm saying? A fast car, with muscle power, and the other one is a utility truck. Like the only thing I could compare is that they got 4 wheels and an engine. You know what I'm saying?
They got 4 wheels and an engine.
You know what I mean?
No, I get it. So, but anyway, bro. So what you gonna do? You gonna finish up this stream right here and shit?
Yeah, because I had I'm probably gonna have to do a part 2 of this because it's like so much on here. You know what I'm saying? I got like all these other articles, but shit, how long? I've been live for 2 hours now. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna wrap up like this video and the next video, and then I might just do another one of these tomorrow.
Right. What you gonna do for this Christmas?
Bro, I gotta go to the plant.
Right. I'm saying.
I gotta go to the plant and then I'm gonna buy some Bitcoin.
I ain't mad at it.
What you about to do?
I'm gonna do my van life, man. I'm gonna do my little van life. So that's why I'm gonna do a little stream, probably like 20, 30 minutes, maybe an hour. And then
shit, that's gonna be lit. Yeah, that shit is gonna be lit. You're gonna have a lot of people in there. You do it if you do it vertical. If you do the live stream vertical, you're gonna guarantee have a whole bunch of people in there.
What's a vertical? I don't know
like,
the difference.
Do the stream not where you hold the phone to the side, but do the stream where you do it like TikTok.
Oh, straight up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because YouTube put all the traffic in the vertical live streams.
Oh, is that what they do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, that shit'll be lit. Like you probably have a couple hundred people in there.
No, I doubt it because I went live last time. I got like 3 people in there.
But did you do it vertical though? I don't think they was doing
vertical the whole time. I think.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I don't know how to do this shit, bro. Don't nobody know me on there.
Yeah, it don't matter, bro. Like I'm telling you, man. They started to like when they started putting the YouTube shorts in, then they started like the vertical live stream promotion, and so like they start routing more and more traffic to the vertical live stream.
Because they're trying to do that shit because TikTok. They're talking about TikTok going away, but
Yeah, what did you think about that? The TikTok.
I think TikTok is too big of a company, and even if it was ran by Chinese government, the company itself it makes way too much money, so they will sell it. TikTok will be sold. So they can stay open. There's no way. Like, I don't give hot shits about shit. Like, Chinese people, one thing about them, the Asian folks, is they greedy as fuck. They gonna take that money. They gonna sell TikTok. So TikTok can stay because TikTok generates way too much money, in my opinion. And if they don't, that's why YouTube is doing exactly what you just said, which makes total sense. They're pushing everything towards the vertical because they want to be the replacement of TikTok just in case TikTok flutter and fail. Because if TikTok thinks in any way, like America is joking right now, like don't get me wrong, like I'm not saying nothing, but you got some people in the office right now that's not really, they're like, I don't really give a shit. So
Right. We got I don't give a shit 2.0. So yeah.
Right. And so TikTok really could get shut down, right?
Yeah.
It really could, right? And because of that I don't give a shit attitude, I think TikTok's gonna sell and TikTok's gonna be just fine.
Bro, you know that the I don't give a shit attitude is like everybody is flipping. Like the
Yeah.
I don't give a shit is back. Like everybody was talking all that shit during the election. And now that the election is over and Trump won, man, they like, yeah, we about to get rid of these migrants. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like, what can we do to make shit easy?
It's like you say whatever you want. I don't really give a fuck. Call me a racist. Yeah, I'm a racist. I don't give a shit. It means nothing, right? They don't care no more, right? So it's like if they go, they're gonna be like, hey, China, look, you want TikTok? Sell TikTok. It is what it is. If you don't, we'll just take it out of the country. And the minute you take it out of the country, guess what's going to happen? America's going to find something else to replace it with. And guess what? TikTok will be a long forgotten idea. It'll be just that, because that's how much attention span these youngsters have today, right? Like you find something that matches TikTok while TikTok is down and enough people like it, I promise you nobody's going back to TikTok, bro. It's like, why? We're already here. You know what I mean? That's everybody's attitude. So it doesn't really matter. So TikTok got a lot of decisions. I can see it going either way, but I don't think it's going to go I don't think I think they're going to sell to someone else.
Yeah, they're probably go. If I was them, I would sell and hold some of the, some of the stock so that I could still have a little bit of influence in the company and try to wait it out until a regime that kind of, will let me slip through the cracks and get full control of it back. You know what I'm saying? Because you completely lose the market if you don't. And they already got an established market here in the United States.
Right. And there's enough US laws that they can skirt it. Right.
Yeah.
If they really put enough motherfuckers around on it, there's enough US laws that they can figure out a way to get around, whatever it is. You know what I mean? So, so for me, I just think that because it's so established, because America, whether people want to admit it or not, America leads. Like, so if we think something's cool, it ain't cool until America says it's cool.
Right. No, that's facts.
Like it can be cool all around the world. Like Telegram is cool to everybody around the world. Don't nobody give two shits about Telegram here, right?
Right.
Nobody gives two shits about fucking WhatsApp, right?
Right.
Because America don't give a shit about those apps. The only people that give a shit about those apps are people that like do international work. You see what I'm saying?
Or so people that, that's on the internet or whatever.
Right. And we're not talking a big, bunch of, and it's like WhatsApp, all these Telegram, they've been trying to get into America's market for so long. Signal almost did it. They weren't able to do it. Like everybody's trying to get into that market. And until you crack America's market, it's not really accepted. It's still a fly-by-night company. It's just that simple.
Yeah, facts.
It's just that simple, bro. But TikTok is established. They want to keep TikTok. I think TikTok ultimately will stay.
Yeah, I think it will.
I
think it will.
But Google is waiting for it to fail. Boy,
man.
Google is licking its chops right now because Google is lagging, right? You know what I mean? So it's like they're working on their AI and they need YouTube. Like they need TikTok to fail because like TikTok is taking a lot of YouTube fucking shit.
Yeah, for sure.
So Google's like, please be a hardhead. Like they're praying for it, bro.
Right. Yeah, they like it's like a steak in a pool full of sharks and piranhas.
Right now, that's exactly what it is. So everything's up for grabs. It's very interesting, and I'm just gonna sit back here and keep on watching because, there's other things that's kind of getting weird too. Like the Walmart stock is going down a little bit. You got a lot of different things are really starting to kind of. You have to really start paying attention to markets right now, man. Shit's
bro.
it's looking a little. iffy.
It's a little bit interesting, bro. A little bit interesting.
It's a lot
you know
interesting right now, bro. It's a lot interesting if you can see where everything's going. But that's just, I know that's boring talk to most people.
Nah, bro. You know I could. That's my forte, bro. I could chop it up about that all day long.
Yeah, this stuff that's going on, bro. Something's in the air. AI, fucking all these prices, exorbitant prices, natural disasters, like everything's like getting really,
It's getting real interesting out here, man. That's why we got to start doing the reality check virtual radio Black Light Revelations podcast again.
Well, I told you I'm down to do it. I told you I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do my lives. I'm gonna start doing my lives more. And like I'm gonna take a little bit more of a conspiracy theorist attitude.
You already know I'm down. Hey, you already know I'm
not as much as you.
They don't even see that side of me on YouTube, bro.
Right. But I'm kind of right now in my conspiracy theory era right now.
Man, I remember when your ass was anti-conspiracy theory. Shit done changed.
I'm still dude. I'm still Illuminati, you nitwits, and fucking Mason nitwit shit. Like, I'm not with that shit still. I'm still not with that nitwit shit. Like, I'm not with it. It's like, okay, bro, whatever. Like, yeah, if you say so, have fun. Okay, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, a whole bunch of people want to do funny butt shit to you. Okay, cool. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. Like, I don't care about your, like, Illuminati, sex parties. I don't care about that, right? I don't care, right? You want to Vaseline, you want to talk about Vaseline and booty parties, that's on you, right? But me, I am going to get a little bit more down with this whole, maybe something big is happening with these drones and, natural disasters kind of ramping up a little bit. And, these earthquakes, they just had a 7.0 up here, a little bit past the bay over here on the West Coast. So, that's kind of big. That's a big earthquake, dude.
They said that there's supposed to be that terminal earthquake, saying? That's where it's like west of Route 5 or something like that. That's supposed to tear half of California off of the United States.
Right. And that first earthquake, the one that I just told you about, that 7.0, this earthquake is the start of that whole fault. You understand? And so it's like, this whole van life shit that I'm doing, and like I told everybody, man, like the goal, I only have two goals. If my partner, a friend of mine, doesn't lose his property due to the Hawaii fires, I'm going to Hawaii, and I'll be there.
I don't blame you.
But it's not. I don't know how that's looking. The government's out there just taking motherfuckers' lands, and it's not looking so hot. Right.
Bro.
So remember a long time ago we used to talk about these, what we need to do as Black folks and all this other shit. Well, I've kind of come to grips, and so I was thinking maybe Wyoming, and I told a lot of people about this for a lot of different reasons, and you already know about this.
Yeah.
So so the thing is so I'm thinking about now. Doing the van life, stacking bread, doing some investments, and then just buying some property in Wyoming, or in that general area, but preferably in that area, and just kind of watch the world implode.
Yeah, that's what I'm, bro. Listen, I'm gonna have, my crypto, some fresh water, a nice little, like natural, house with like a wood burning stove or a wood burning oven in there with some natural heat, just chilling, some solar panels, bro. Call it a day.
And that's what I'm doing. That's what I do right now. That's what I'm already on the path, because right now I'm sitting in the sun waiting for the sun to come out so I can try to charge up my batteries, because I'm low on battery power. Yeah, my Christmas is starting off shitty, but we're gonna sit here in the sun and let the fucking van bask in the fucking sun.
Right. Get that bad boy charged up.
Right, until the clouds covered or something, bitch. And I'm gonna let this motherfucker charge, and you know, like right now, dude, like everything is about learning this off-grid shit. It's about learning how to be self-sustainable. It's about learning all of these different things. And it's not just financial, because guess what, ladies and gentlemen, hate to break this shit to you. If something was to happen, your Bitcoin ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah,
You know
facts.
what I mean? So
You gotta
it's
have
like, don't
skills.
get me wrong, handle your Bitcoin shit, but you better learn how to motherfucking catch a fish.
Right. Learn how
You
to
know what I mean?
identify what plants you can eat
You
and what
know,
plants
yeah,
you can't.
what plants are edible and what plants aren't. What type of mushrooms are high in protein and what's have psilocybin and what have fucking, you know what I mean, and what have poison. Like you better get to know the earth around you, because I promise you, homeboy, something don't feel right. And if you black, you have this feeling in you. If you FBA black, you have this feeling. It's you don't know what it is. You don't know why. You don't know. You can't quite figure it out. You don't want to seem like you're crazy or fucking. You don't want to sound like, you don't want to feel like you're doing too much. No, nigga, you better trust that motherfucker. I don't give a shit what nobody say. You better trust that feeling.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You better trust it.
You know, I don't know, bro. Like I feel you. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm there. I don't know about the other people though. Like, you know what I'm saying? I be watching, I be listening, I be like,
something don't feel right, brother.
Yeah, facts.
I don't know what it is.
Bro, that's why like I be telling people, man, like one of the things that people need to do is start organizing and having contingency plans.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you gotta have a bug out bag and all that stuff, but like, is that like, nah, that's not important, man.
Listen, I think this is one of the things that people think is like the dumbest thing, but it's actually one of the smartest things you can do. I've been starting to, dude, ever since I started this stuff, I started thinking about a lot of this shit. Bro, ask yourself right now, and I'm not talking about no weird fucking nuclear bomb. Just say a 1 in a million chance convergence of natural disasters hit the United States, meaning a meteorite, earthquake, major volcanoes or super volcano, and tornadoes and weather. How long can you keep yourself alive? And don't fucking give me this whole shit of you think you MacGyver, motherfucker, because I promise you, you go out for a weekend with just what you think you know, you gonna find out real quick you ain't making it through that weekend.
Right.
Real quick. I don't give two shits. So what I'm telling everybody is make sure you do it. So I've been buying, like, I'm starting to order foods that
the freeze dried and all that.
Yeah, so only take water. I got MRE meals and shit. I only got a couple left right now, but I've been buying them because I want to taste them. I want to see if these are good. If what is what, right, bro? These things are like, honestly, you need to fucking figure this shit out.
Yeah.
If you have at least a week worth of food for you and your family, you have to have a way to have power, to have food, to be able to, feed yourself, get clean water, all these things. If you're not prepared for that, bro, I think you're a sucker and you're not doing your job. You're not doing your due diligence. It's just that simple.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Whether I'm just tripping about something big is going to happen or not, it doesn't really matter. Something can always happen, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something more simple than that. It could be a power outage.
Right, power outage.
Like,
you don't have no power for 3-4 days.
Yeah.
You can't cook anything. You can't. How are you going to survive, bro? You're going to be out here, looking like a damn fucking nut, dude. So it's
then another thing that people don't realize, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man. You remember Frozen from from the old school days. Shout out to my man Frozen. Frozen said a Faraday bag, shortwave radio, holiday silver, bro.
That's what I'm talking about. See, this is a man that already has that shit set up right there. And And you have to be ready. Like, I think to myself, like, right now, if something was to happen, and think about this, and I'm not completely out of my fucking mind either, people. I just want y'all to pay attention. There is an asteroid that is coming, and if it's within a certain parameter window, when it comes by the United States or by the Earth, if it comes within a certain window of a place, that motherfucker's hitting the Earth.
Yeah, you talking about the Apophis. Let me play this drop real quick for Frozen. Y'all know what to do. Make sure y'all show Frozen some love for the support. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Yeah, bro. You remember that cartoon called Thundar the Barbarian?
Yeah, I sure do.
Yeah, you remember the intro when the asteroid went past the Earth and pulled part of the atmosphere out, and it caused all the natural disasters. It showed the San Francisco bridge like getting, you know what I'm saying, flooded and all that.
You already know.
Yeah.
And look, people, this is some real shit. So you have, and this is a timed event. We have time to fucking pay attention. And again, look, I'm not saying this is gonna happen, but if it does, or if something else happens, would you rather be prepared or not? Because if something was to happen right now, right now, I have a solar panel on my roof. I got a solar battery, bro. I got everything in my van. You know what I mean? I even got internet in my shit. So as long as the motherfucking satellites is up, nigga, it's God. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
bro, and this is what we was talking about before. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, a lot of people don't be doing this all like that. You know what I'm saying? Them folks, this is what they do on their so-called vacations. So they get training for doing this multiple times a year when they go on their vacations and hunt and, you know what I'm saying, fish, you know what I'm saying, bungee jump, doing all of their basic training, military activity, calling it a quote-unquote vacation.
Camping. Why do you think motherfucker? This is what I'm talking about. Like, look, at the end of the day, when we really give a fuck about getting out of the shits, I promise you will have to start from the foundation. It's not like I don't give a shit what nobody says. You have to start from the foundation. Can you do the basic things like live? Right? Which means, can you hunt?
Right.
Can you cook? Can you sustain yourself? Can you stay clean? Can you not get dirty? You see what I'm saying? Can you do those things? Can you, build a shelter? You know what I mean? Not can you find shelter? Can you build shelter? Can you stay?
Bro, listen. You see what Frozen said, bro? SpaceX is trying to figure out how to mine minerals from these asteroids. Listen, there's this asteroid that's floating around right now. It's called 16 Psyche. This motherfucking asteroid called 16 Psyche has fucking like
more
8 times
platinum,
the
gold,
fucking
diamond.
world market cap economy. Like the entire world market cap economy times 8 in that damn asteroid.
Like in the asteroid, they said that they can literally make everybody on the fucking planet a millionaire.
Over times over.
Yeah,
like everybody could probably have the amount of money Elon Musk got.
That's what I'm talking about. And see, this is so. All I'm saying is you got to be careful because even shit like that, SpaceX is trying to figure out a way to mine it. Yeah, that's right. And if they mine it and accidentally make it move off its trajectory by a couple of inches, it can have devastating effects on everything. You see what I'm saying? So it's like
it can have a devastating effect if that's some type of camouflage military base that we don't know about involving some civilization that we might not know about. You know what I'm saying? They go on there and strip something off.
The moon is already watching us.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's all kinds of possibilities. And like you know what I'm saying? Like people, I don't know, man. Like the people pay attention to impossibilities and think that impossibilities are possibilities, and then think that the actual possibilities are impossibilities. It's wild.
It's really wild because people have got their whole minds messed up. And so like my whole thing is, hey, just pay attention to your gut. Look at these animals. If these motherfuckers start flying away in hordes, I suggest you follow them.
Right.
I suggest you follow them some bitches right then and there. Don't wait. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain things like that I'm noticing, and bro, we're at that time, bro, where we have been actually pretty fucking lucky as a civilization. I mean, worldwide, we've been pretty fucking lucky for the last like 10,000 years, bro. You know what I mean? And in America,
bro, think about this. Go ahead. My bad.
Oh no, you're like, we've been pretty safe, right?
Yeah.
No asteroids, no super crazy volcanic, no super volcanoes erupting, no, you know what I mean? None of this, like, no serious. We had a couple tsunamis that were serious. We're starting to get these really big hurricanes that are really big. Those are starting to make the tornadoes are starting to get bigger. But before this, we've been pretty fucking safe.
Right.
Outside of nuclear threat. So now shit's changing. The atmosphere is changing. Our natural disasters, we're noticing that, these things are coming really close to our planet.
Yeah, these are trans-Neptunian objects, the TNOs consolidating. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Like, all it takes is one of these fucking rocks, even if you don't believe in any of the other shit. All it takes is one of these little rocks to come down and hit this motherfucking ground, and for shit to have to be restarted all over again.
Bro, think about this. On the freeway, right? On the freeway, look at all the car accidents that there are.
Right.
Those are guided objects with a driver inside of them driving slow in an organized street at a particular range of speeds.
Right.
You got unmanned, random giant objects moving at close to light speed in outer space, and there's no impacts that affect the Earth ever at all.
Right.
Like, think about that. Like, outer space, there's more objects and it's a larger space, and everything is like nothing is being guided.
Bro,
I mean, it is, but it's not being guided the way that we think about the way guided on Earth. Yeah,
guided. Yeah. It's not manually guided.
Right.
I get you. It's just, so I just say, watch out. Even if it's, you got, stored food and it's down there in your basement. Even if it's just, if you got a generator, solar generator, or anything, just be safe. Have your plan. Have a bug out plan. Be safe, because I don't know. I just feel it, bro. It's just something.
Yeah.
It's in the air, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. Then they got all them drones popping up all over the place.
Right, and that's really weird. What you think about them motherfuckers?
I ain't even really had a chance to pay attention. I was talking. Listen, when C-19 had happened at the end of, the last Trump presidency, they had snuck a lot of UFO disclosure legislation in those C-19 bills.
I heard about that.
Yeah. So then now you see all this stuff going on. I don't know. It's interesting how, like, it seems like all the conspiracy theories are coming true.
Right. It is kind of, well, I'm not going to say they're all coming true, but I am going to say that a large amount of partial conspiracy theories are coming true, and you remember
QAnon?
Yeah.
Do you remember them? The QAnon said that Trump was going to lose the election, right? And then he was going to win again and team up with RFK.
And then that's what they did. But
that's what happened.
I get it. And Simpsons just said some shit too. And the Simpsons the Simpsons said after Trump, there's gonna be a whole bunch of shit. So, who knows, bro? Like, who knows? Yeah. Like, I'm gonna rock with the Simpsons a little bit. I'm gonna rock with the Simpsons a little bit.
Hey, look though, if you look at it, hey, somebody might be like, "Yo, you crazy for rocking with the Simpsons?" But if you rock with what's accurate, though, I mean, the Simpsons ain't really missing too much, man. They not missing a lot.
They not missing, bro. Look, they got a few strikes, but bro, before that third strike, they always get a hit. So it's like, that's a look. Simpsons batting average right now is like in the 400s right now.
Man,
look, and in baseball, that's an all-star. That's career 400, nigga. That is absolutely Hall of Fame out the gate, right?
Right.
So 400 is Hall of Fame out the gate for a baseball player. What is it for the Simpsons, bro? You know what I mean?
Right.
What is it for the Simpsons, bro? I'm sorry. I'm gonna rock with the Simpsons for the next 4 years and see how that work out.
Man, look, I like it's like dark episodes of the Simpsons that like people don't remember that they ain't seen that actually got like some little type prophecies in them, like the one where Lisa ran for president and the United States got split into 3 parts. Like that's actually a thing.
That's the one I'm talking about, bro. That's the one. And she said it was after Trump was president.
Right.
So like my whole thing is, look, I'm just gonna rock with these dudes for next couple years and see how this work out,
bro. And like the thing is like Trump, like the second Trump, bro, like Trump 2.0, like Trump 2.0 is on some like. At first, like Trump, the first Trump was on that, like, yeah, you know, like now Trump is more on that I'm the quiet, collected background bad guy. Like, I don't know if people been paying attention. Like, I asked everybody about this earlier in the stream, but like Trump on some other shit, man. Like talking about buying.
Look, like he's an evil genius. I don't care. He is absolutely the bad guy in a James Bond film. I don't care what nobody says. It is.
That's what I'm saying. Like he's on that. Like I've fallen into that Emperor Palpatine role
he's
now.
The
like
greatest
you know what I'm
James Bond bad guy ever. I don't care. Hands down. Hands down, bro.
Bro, this nigga talking about buying Greenland. Did you hear about that?
My nigga,
like where did that even come from? Like what?
Bro, that's some Lex Luthor shit, bro. That's really some Lex Luthor shit, bro.
Like where did
that
come from?
I'm gonna buy Greenland and I'm gonna put a death ray there.
Yeah,
like,
I'm gonna buy motherfucking Canada and make Trudeau the cuck governor. Like what? Like this nigga's not even in office yet. He's on 500 already.
He's on some evil genius shit, bro. And you know, it's like I love it. I love watching this shit. It's a fucking train wreck, bro. I'm from America, and there'll be no saying nothing about it. Nigga, at the end of the day, I'm American, and Americans love drama, and I love this fucking train wreck.
Yeah,
I love this shit.
Yeah, this
is
about to be lit.
Adore this train wreck.
It's about to be lit. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said The Simpsons has points where they play the dark episodes to be devil's advocates. Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt that, bro. That's a good point.
Absolutely, they do. Absolutely, they do, and that's why I'm just gonna rock with them for the next 4 years because they're playing it the right way.
Yeah, facts. It's hilarious though. It's just hilarious and wild to see. It's the same shit with the Bitcoin. Like nigga, see, like I guess the reason why like I be so hype about it is because I'm one of them people that's been watching the Bitcoin will reach $100,000 videos for like the way that people are now seeing the Bitcoin will reach 1 million videos. That was me during the $1,500 days watching the $100,000 videos, and like we here, like that shit crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Remember how much of a thing? Look, remember how much of a fucking big deal we made of it when it hit 20? When we were like, oh my god, it's about to be 20. Oh my god, it's about to be 20. Like, are you serious, bro? We did this a long time ago. Yeah, we did this.
Yeah,
we did this. So I'm over. Don't get me wrong. I'm excited. Good shit, Bitcoin. Don't get me wrong. But we did that.
Right. Bro, I'll never forget that shit, bro. I will never forget, nigga, when I went to sleep and Bitcoin was $4,000 and I woke up and that shit was 20. I'll never forget. It was motherfucking December. It was December of 2017. I'll never forget that shit.
Bro, I'm saying, bro. Like, so it's like, it's just all I'm saying. I think everybody should be paying attention to everything, and like right now, my whole thing has been on the whole survival tip. It's been on because my gut is just telling me go survival, bro. Like go high tech, go as high tech as possible, but go survival.
Yeah, facts. Super facts. Let me give Detroit 313 this drop real quick. I appreciate you, bro. Y'all know what to do. Make sure y'all show Detroit 313 some love for the funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
That shit is hilarious.
Yeah, man. So, yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna do my show. That's why I said if you want to stop through, bro, I'm gonna be on cam. I'm actually gonna be on cam.
I need to start getting on cam.
You know what I mean? I'm gonna get on cam. I'm gonna I got a lot of my wires today or in the last couple days, which is really cool. You know what I mean? So I'll probably be talking about that a little bit. You know what I mean? But yeah, bro. Right now it's all survival. So a lot of the shit that you're gonna get coming my way is gonna be a lot of, look at this solar panel and look at this, you know what I mean? And look at this brand new, you know what I mean, fire starter I found, and look at this, you know what I mean? It's gonna be a lot of that kind of stuff because right now it's like until I get a better bearing on shit, my situation has brought me, I've come to this point in my life right now where I'm at right now, but it's here for a reason. I don't know what it is, but it can't be just because, just because.
Right.
It's gotta be so the thing is I'm gonna trust my gut and I, just kind of watch my ass and make sure that I can, stay alive if need be. And,
right. No, I mean, shit, that's pretty important.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Kind of important. Just a little.
Yeah, that's important in a motherfucker.
So, yeah. So I'm going to do that. And, yeah, man. That's pretty much how that goes.
Yeah, shit. That's what's good. That's what's good. Yeah, well, shit, I know I'll be over there for sure. And I know people in the chat, I'm sure they click the link and hit the bell. So they'll definitely be over there to check it out.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you already know. You already know, bro.
But let me get up out of here, man. I'm gonna try to use. I don't know how to use. I tried to use StreamYards. That's why I was kind of looking. So it's not connected. So you got to reconnect it, Mr. Admin. So take care of that. But I'll probably just do it from my phone this time. But hurry up and connect my stuff on it, and then I'll do it on StreamYards next time.
You talking about going live from? You gotta just make an account. I can't connect my account where you will be. Yeah,
They took that shit away.
No, like how it will work is that like I would have to go live. Like you see what I'm saying? Like you could come in and like you could co-host, but like in order to hit the live button and all that, like it had to be like
that's bull.
You know what I'm saying?
That's bull. StreamYards is bunk.
Right. They trying to stay competitive though. They trying to put like you see how they got the round cameras and all that. They trying to do like some little. They're trying to do like some little upgrades to try to stay relevant.
Yeah, I feel you. I ain't mad at it. So I'm just gonna go live here on YouTube, and you guys can check it out if y'all want. But I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna let you do your little finish up your stream. I'm gonna get up out of here. You know what I mean?
All right, bro. Shit, that's what's
fucking
good.
start my shit. Maybe I don't know, like 30 minutes or so.
All right, bet. That's what's good.
Right before these games and shit.
Yeah, right. I feel it.
Maybe talk some football, talk some bullshit, and then get the fuck out of here.
Talk about your boy Travis Hunter.
Bruh. I'm good. I'm done talking about this, man. Sorry. I ain't got the energy to talk about these old type cats.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Man, we gotta for sure get back on. We gotta get back on building.
Man, you let me know.
Yeah.
Tuesdays, Wednesdays usually be my best days. So just let me know.
All right, for sure. Yeah, we could just, you know what I'm saying? We just get something up and shit. That'd be that. You know what I'm saying?
All right, dude.
All right, bro. Well, shit, that's what's good. I'm about to run this video then. You know what I'm saying?
All right, dude.
I'll be in your shit.
Stay up to everybody in the room. You know what I mean? Stay real, stay black, stay doing your thing.
Peace. All right, y'all. Let's check out this. Let's see if he. I think I actually pulled up the wrong video. For real. We're gonna see.
You're always able to mine more gold. So it does have certain supply. In terms of real estate, technically you can always create new real estate, which means it does not have a limited supply. So Bitcoin is the only thing that has a limited supply. And number two here is going to be the security and privacy. Okay, so let's say something happens in the world. You have stocks. You have.
Shout out to DSB. What's good with you, bro? What's going on with it? And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't hit that like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if y'all haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. And make sure y'all go show my man Izzy some love over on his channel.
Have gold and you have real estate. The government has the ability to take your stocks away from you, take your gold away from you. It's, in your own custody, which most of you guys are probably doing that using ETFs or any other services or real estate. I mean, your government is able to actually have that control over that real estate as well. But the best part about Bitcoin itself is that you are controlling your own assets. As long as you have your assets on the blockchain and in a hardware wallet, you control everything, and no one is ever going to be able to ask you, hey, you have to give me these assets because you just are not able to have them. Okay, so what even is 0.01 Bitcoin? Well, it's not cryptocurrency, guys. It is the future of money. And as you
all right, now let me ask you guys this question. How many of you all agree with this premise, right? His premise is that 0.01 Bitcoin is the future of money. What do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that there's a possibility that he could be right, or is this just nonsense? Let me know.
You guys can see Bitcoin right here. You guys can see the specific flow chart right here. So again, as more and more adoption happens, more and more the valuation of this Satoshi increases. More and more people are using this. More and more people are getting paid in Satoshis, not dollars. Bitcoin is the best store of value because of the institutional back.
Now, here's where I think that I might differ in opinion from him. I don't think that Satoshis are going to be used as a peer-to-peer vehicle. If you ask me, Satoshis are going to be more like quote-unquote gold nuggets, quote-unquote diamond shards. Because here's the thing, right? If Bitcoin constantly appreciates against everything else's depreciation, that also means that the Satoshis are going to constantly increase in appreciation over everything else's depreciation, which means that the acceleration in value of Bitcoin is not going to stop because it's broken down into a Satoshi. As a result of that, how would a Satoshi be a efficient vehicle for peer-to-peer transaction when you're going to get to the point where Satoshis of the future are at prices of early Bitcoins? You see what I'm saying? If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, give me a thumbs down. So what you're going to have is that a Satoshi is going to be a smaller unit of a store of value, more like a micro Bitcoin. And I don't think that it's good. I think when people say, people are going to be like, the same way they don't want to sell their Bitcoins, they're not going to want to sell their Satoshis. You know what I'm saying? That's how I could see that playing out.
Crypto-friendly government for the next 4 years. No one is able to take that away from you.
Shout out to my man Bronze the God. What's good with you, bro?
And it has a limited supply, so no one is going to be dumping on you. And you're basically investing in the future of money. You're not just investing in any equity, you're investing in how money is going to be transacted in the next 50 years. But overall, I think Bitcoin itself is fantastic. Let me know if you have any questions in the comments down below, and I will be happy to answer you. Go ahead and click the like button and also subscribe to this video if you actually enjoyed this video.
So yeah, so there's that. Now this is interesting. I don't know where this video is from, but how high can XRP go in 2025? Price prediction. This individual here thinks that XRP can go to $27. I don't know where XRP is going. I do know that XRP is going up, right? So, you know, as far as XRP going up, hey, if it goes all the way up to 2020, to what do you say, $27? I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it at all. Shit, I'll take it. How many of y'all would take a $27 XRP? At this point, with the amount of XRP that I have, yeah, I'm cool with that. Bet. You know what I'm saying? definitely bet. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Now, I think this is the video. I think this video actually had the analogy in it that I want to try to break down for you guys.
How much Bitcoin would it take to retire in the year 2030? In this video, I'm going to show you 5 different valuation models with 5 different price predictions to answer that question. But first, what is the goal? How much money would it actually take to retire in 2030? Well, for the purposes of this little thought experiment, I'm using $1.5 million US as the target.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many of you all see yourselves having $1.5 million without investing in cryptocurrency in order to retire on? All right. Now, there's an article that I have, right? There's an article that I have that I haven't had. It's one of those articles that I haven't had a chance to do a video on, or to make any content on, right? Yeah, shout out to Detroit 313. Yeah, H bar for sure. And XRP, absolutely. I want to show you guys this article real quick. And I'm not gonna read it. I'll read it maybe in another stream or something like that. But this has some interesting information in it. Americans under the age of 40 are richer than ever, but they still feel an increasing sense of economic fragility, per detailed new research released by the Treasury Department this morning. How many of you all knew that Americans under the age of 40 are, quote unquote, richer than they ever were before? Really? How so? They are? In what aspect? What do you guys think about that? How many people believe that? If you guys believe that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't believe that, give me a thumbs down. I don't think that's consistent with a lot of the information that we see. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's consistent with a lot of information that we see.
This $1.5 million figure is based off of the average annual cost of living in the US expanded over 30 years and then also adjusted for inflation with an additional 15% contingency in case there's any unforeseen expenses. With that amount of money, somebody could comfortably live in retirement in the US for 30 years without requiring any additional income. And if you live in another, perhaps cheaper country, maybe somewhere warm, you could actually stretch that out a lot further. I'll put a link down below to a spreadsheet where you can see exactly what goes into those numbers, including the sources. But now let's move on to the fun part, which is how much Bitcoin would somebody need to buy now in order to have $1.5 million by 2030?
Now, I want to ask you guys that question. I want you guys to give me your best guess. How much Bitcoin do you think that you would need right now to have $1.5 million in 2030? Let me know with some guesses.
Well, for starters, I feel like I do need to say here at some point that there is a possibility, a percentage chance that Bitcoin actually does go to zero.
Oh, it went to zero!
It is possible, and there are some risks involved with an asset like Bitcoin. However, I know if you've made it this far in the video, you're probably not all that interested in takes like that. So let's move on now to some more bullish price predictions about what Bitcoin could be worth by 2030. And I have 5 different valuation models from leading experts and analysts and hedge fund managers that show 5 different scenarios, which I'm calling the bear case, the base case, the bull case, the super bull case, and then the insane moonshot case.
Now, this is what's funny. When we listen to this is going to be very, I want you guys to pay. And again, when I do these Tales from the Cryptocurrency videos, I think we are going to incorporate looking at some of these videos, because I think that is pretty, like, they graphically break a lot of stuff down, and with it graphically broken down, it makes it easier for us to analyze certain situations. So shout out to the Geek Surgeon. The Geek Surgeon says 10. Now, are you saying 10,000 Bitcoin or $10,000 in Bitcoin? $10,000 in Bitcoin, right? $10,000 in Bitcoin. AB, shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory says 1.5 Bitcoin. AB Promotion says $5,000. Shout out to Bronze. Bronze says, I'm not even doing half as good as my pops was doing at his age. No way. I think it's BS. Yeah, me too. I'm in the same situation, bro. Shout out to John. John says, I have more money number-wise than my parents and grandparents, but it's not worth as much as theirs. So essentially, I'm not richer than them. And this is what I'm talking about, y'all, about this generational wealth hustle. This is what I'm talking about this generational wealth hustle. You know what I'm saying?
Which is presented for how much money Bitcoin could actually be worth in the next 7 years. So let's start with the bear case and then work our way up. And trust me, the last one, the moonshot / insane valuation model, is absolutely ridiculous. But for the bear case, what I'm using is a price prediction from Mike McGlone, who is a senior macro strategist with Bloomberg Intelligence. And you can also follow him on Twitter. I'll throw a link to this down below. Now, he has said several times that Bitcoin should exceed the price of $100,000 per BTC sometime in the next 5 to 7 years. So definitely by 2030.
Now, we've already passed that. Keep in mind, right? I think this is an old video, right? But we've already passed that. So what I want people to pay very close attention to is I want people to pay attention to these time frames and pay attention to these prices. All right? Now, you see what they say in this video that he's got down here? Bitcoin to 100K, Ethereum to 6,000 by 2025. All right? Now, you see this? On the side here, Solana Network highlights from Breakpoint Conference paint a very, see this date right here, November 11th of 2021, okay? November 11th of 2021.
And according to him, this is based off of the supply and demand dynamics of Bitcoin, where demand is increasing over time and the new supply, the new issuance of Bitcoin that's getting mined, is decreasing. And he sees this along with macroeconomic factors culminating in a price per Bitcoin of over $100,000. So if we plug that into our little chart here, remembering that the current price of Bitcoin is around $23,000 and we're targeting $1.5 million.
Now, you guys see, this is when the price of Bitcoin, did you hear what he said? This video is from when the price of Bitcoin was $23,000. Remember when the price of Bitcoin was $23,000 and people wish that Bitcoin was $100,000? Now Bitcoin is $100,000 and people wish it was $23,000. Ain't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said, I just looked it up. The video came out February of 2023. All right, so this is an old video. This is an old video.
By 2030, you can see that in the bear case, if the price per Bitcoin is $100,000, then you would need approximately 15 or 14.95 Bitcoins in 2030 to be able to retire. And if you're going to buy that amount,
now you see, I want you to pay attention to this graph. See how you need 14.95. Now, as the year progresses, right, instead of needing 14.95, you'll need 7, and 7 will get you more money. Then you'll need 3.5, and 3.5 will get you more money. Then you'll need 1.75, and 1.75 will get you more money. Do you see what I'm saying? So as the amount of Bitcoin decreases, the amount that a Bitcoin can get you increases. That's the point that I'm trying to hammer home. Does that make sense? I want you guys to pay very close attention to this graph right here.
3,000, and we're targeting $1.5 million by 2030. You can see that in the bear case, if the price per Bitcoin is $100,000, then you would need approximately 15 or 14.95 Bitcoins in 2030.
So you see, look, $100,000, 14.95. We are in 2024, $100,000, 1 Bitcoin. As time progresses, you need less Bitcoin to buy more stuff. So basically, like what the situation is you go in 1990, you go to the store with $100. You can buy a bag of groceries. In 1991, you go to the store with 50. You go to the store with $50. You can buy a semi truck full of groceries. In 1992, you go to the grocery store with $25, you can buy the entire store. That's how Bitcoin is working. Right. Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory says, I get it. That's what happens when inflation is in your favor. Remember what I was saying about being on the right side of the graph? Now that's the buying power going in the right direction. Right. This is basically like super inflation protection. Remember during the Russia during the Russia report, we were talking about the inflation backing with the commodities and with the wheat and all of that. This is that on steroids. You know what I'm saying?
to be able to retire. And if you were going to buy that amount of Bitcoin at today's current price, that would cost around $350,000 US. Now, obviously, $350,000 today is a lot of money, and this is based off of potentially Bitcoin 4xing in price over the next 7 years. Now, this is what I'm calling the bear case scenario because,
which for the most part, it has. Right? Like, for the most part, for all intents and purposes, it has.
Aside from the possibility that Bitcoin absolutely just nukes and goes to zero, I'm not seeing any real price predictions from real analysts suggesting that the price of Bitcoin is going to be less than this by 2030. But let's move on to the base case. And you'll see as we move up here, the amount of Bitcoin that you might need to retire by 2030 gets steadily lower and lower. And of course, the cost that it would actually take to buy that amount of Bitcoin today also decreases proportionally. So the base case valuation model that I'm using for Bitcoin here is based off of a survey of 55 industry experts who provided their price predictions. And this website, capital.com, took the data in and averaged it out. And according to this survey of 55 experts, which by the way took place last year in October 2022, so after the massive price decline that we've seen over the past year or so, according to this survey, the average of 55 predictions, Bitcoin could be $270,000 by December 2030. So we're using this as the base.
Now, do you guys hear? Look, do you hear how conservative that is? Bitcoin could be, what do you say, $275,000 by 2030. We're in 2024, and we're sitting on $100,000 right now. We're in 2024, and we're sitting on $100,000 right now.
This case here, because I think an average of 55 price predictions from industry experts and specialists is a pretty good benchmark on what people think Bitcoin could be worth by 2030. And if that actually comes to pass, and one Bitcoin costs around $270,000 US by 2030, then you would only need 5.54 Bitcoin to retire, which at today's.
So do you see how the number, look, I want you guys to see, do you see how the number decreases? 14.95 get you 100,000. 5.54 get you 200,000. You're paying less Bitcoin to get more money. Bitcoin is decaying. Money is inflating. So this is what I'm saying. So if this is the case, once it gets down to, imagine what happens once it gets down to Satoshis. The smaller a Bitcoin is in the future, the more a Bitcoin gets you. So will that model even work for a Satoshi? Shout out to Volvo. What's good with it, Volvo? Yeah, shout out to John. John says that's super conservative. It's probably going to be between 500,000 to 1 million. We going to see, this is where it gets, for those of us, you know what I'm saying, for those of us who do this, right? Shout out to the new elites, right? Those of us who do this, this is the exciting stuff.
Prices cost around $130,000 US. Now, in this situation, I feel like we're getting into the realm of what's actually feasible or possible for normal, average, everyday people to actually attain. And you'll see as we move up to the bull, the super bull, and the moonshot case, well, in those cases, obviously, it would be much, much easier to attain the amount of Bitcoin needed to retire. Okay, so let's check out the bull case now. There's two possible valuation models for this one. One coming from.
Wait a minute. Now, I want you to look at this pricing model that's up here on the screen, right? So if you got 14.95 gives you 100,000. Then going into the future, 5.54 gives you 270,000. If these numbers keep decreasing, what would that do to the racial wealth gap? It would bridge the racial wealth gap by, as these numbers, by as the bottom row increases, it would increase the top row mathematically, right? If decreasing Bitcoin gets you increasing amount of dollars, and if everybody did that across the board, that would do what to the racial wealth gap mathematically?
Bloomberg and one coming from ARK Invest, but I'm going to use the Bloomberg one because the ARK Invest one I'm using for the next situation, which is the Super Bowl situation. Bloomberg is a financial services company that specializes in data analysis, and in this report, they lay out what they think are the bull and the bear factors that are pulling the price of Bitcoin one way or another. And according to this report, they see the price of Bitcoin approaching $400,000 by 2030, and they just
$400,000 by 2030. So one Bitcoin will be $400,000 by 2030. So again, right, we started the graph off with 5.5 Bitcoin equaling $100,000. Now moving out to 2030, we're at 400,000 per one. So again, one Bitcoin is buying you more cash dollars. Bitcoin is appreciating while everything else is depreciating. Everything else's value is depreciating while Bitcoin's is appreciating. That's exactly the type of vehicle that you need in order to, that is the only type of force that would be able to deal with the racial wealth gap at its current acceleration and how it's working. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. But the interest isn't there. I don't know what to say. What do you guys think about? I mean, I think if you ask me, I think I've clearly proven my case. I've clearly proven my case. But ironically, right? I've clearly proven the case, but ironically, it's a ghost town. And then it'll be, well, we wasn't told. And then it'll be, well, we were kept out. Nobody kept you out. Who kept anybody out? You know what I'm saying?
Justify this based on the fact that when the Bitcoin halvings have happened in the past, in 2013, 2017, and 20.
Oh, snap. Shout out to my man, John Guillory, man. I definitely appreciate it. Y'all trying to help me become a Solana tuna fish. You know what I'm saying? My man, John Guillory says, so you are telling me, Rob, that said the Bitcoin is a scam are the real coons. Yeah, I would say that, because if the entire idea is to fix the racial wealth gap, you don't have to use my research. You can use the research of all these companies that this guy used, and it shows the price patterns and behavior of how Bitcoin moves against the trend of depreciation for everything else. If things are moving against depreciation, that's growing you wealth, because the vehicle that you have that's appreciating against the inflation is outpacing the inflation, which means that you're making money. So why would you not look at it? Unless the reparations, you just really want George Washington's picture on it for some reason. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to John Guillory. Yeah, the thing, if you ask me, this is going to continue on forever until Satoshi's. And like I said, Satoshi's would probably be like diamond shards. Like, you know, shout out to that dude that made that video that we watched before this one. It was a good video, a lot of good information, but that's the one part of it that I could see it going a different way. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. Yo, make sure y'all show John Guillory some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for John Guillory for funding the organization and for buying lunch.
In Springfield,
me ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And then got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat cat.
Drop that cat.
That is hilarious. Yo, I appreciate it, bro. Make sure y'all show my man John Guillory some love. I definitely appreciate it. But I think I honestly think I've proven my point beyond the shadow of a doubt. Beyond the shadow of a doubt.
2021, there's been a price spike in the price of Bitcoin, and they're taking the average increase in the price of Bitcoin after these halvings and applying it forward to future Bitcoin halvings. And according to this approach, combined with other data that they're incorporating into their model, the price of Bitcoin could exceed 400.
Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I can see it now. Fam, have y'all heard about these crypto dudes? The news says it's about 30 black people who made billions. No one knows who they are. They need to show themselves and help us. Nah. You can see us. You know what I'm saying? Go back and watch the old videos. You know what I'm saying? We did show you, and there was the help right there. Look at the dates on it.
$100,000 US. So if we go back to our little spreadsheet over here and plug in that $400,000 figure, you can see that if this valuation model is true, then you would only need 3.
Now the stuff that we be talking about in the Discord, this is what I'm talking about. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Shout out to DC Precise. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton John. Two Factor. You know what I'm saying? This is the stuff like we need to come up with a complicated spreadsheet like this, but like not just for Bitcoin, for everything that we talk about. And we can put formulas inside of the spreadsheet, and we can adjust these rates and adjust all this different stuff, you know what I'm saying, and get it to where we can predict exactly where certain things will be with certain economic movements and turbulences. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm saying, man. Like I'm telling you, like I could do this forever. Like I could talk about this kind of stuff forever.
0.74 Bitcoin in 2030 to be able to retire, which at today's prices costs only $86,000. Now, as I was doing the research for this video, I thought that each of these first 3 scenarios or valuation models were pretty darn bullish, if you ask me. But as we move into the next 2, this is where it just blows everything out.
Now, I want you guys to also notice the pattern, right? Do you see how it crosses? Look at the bear. If you draw X, it's almost a 1-to-1 ratio. See the bear and the bull, the 1-year bear and the 3-year bull, right? The 1-year bear and the 3-year bull. You got 347 and 400, 186. This is a pattern. You see what I'm saying? This is the pattern. And then this is the catalyst of the pattern. See how Bitcoin is decreasing in number? Look, the cost of this Bitcoin is higher. The cost of this Bitcoin is higher. The cost of this Bitcoin is higher. As Bitcoin cost is higher, it's buying you more dollars, but the amount of Bitcoin, the cost in dollars is buying you more, but the Bitcoin is getting smaller. You can see it. You know what I'm saying? So it's real important to have this laid out like this so you can see all of these patterns. You know what I'm saying?
Water. And if one of these 2 situations comes true, well, then it would take really very little Bitcoin to be financially secure and stable, and even potentially to achieve generational wealth. So let's move now to the Super Bull valuation model. Now, this price prediction is coming from a brand new report from ARK Invest. They release this every year, their Big Ideas report. And the Big Ideas 2023 report has an entire section dedicated to Bitcoin, including some very, very bullish price predictions for 2030. So let's check it out. For starters, I want to show you this slide, and specifically this section here in the bottom right corner, where they show that currently, as of the time of this report, crypto assets, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all other cryptocurrencies, are valued at a market cap of around $1 trillion. And they see the total value of that market exceeding $20 trillion by 2030, with an additional $5 trillion to the value of smart contracts, which I would say excludes Bitcoin. And when it comes to Bitcoin specifically, as you can see in this graph here, ARK Invest bull case for the price of Bitcoin by 2030 is $1.4 million per Bitcoin. And this is based off of a breakdown of 50% market share of digital gold, which is the purple section, 6.5% market share of institutional investment, so that's large ETFs and pension funds and hedge funds and big firms like.
And see, now, again, remember this video came out in 2023. This is where we are today. We're almost in 2025.
Come in and buy a Bitcoin to hold on their books. Those are the 2 biggest ones, and I'm not going to break down each of the different market opportunities here, but suffice to say that the bullish price target from ARK Invest for 2030 is $1.5 million per Bitcoin. So if we go back over here to our spreadsheet and plug that into the Super Bull column, you can see that if Bitcoin is actually worth $1.5 million per coin by 2030, which is coincidentally our target, then we would need 1 Bitcoin by 2030 to actually be able to retire.
So do you see how it started off? You need 14 Bitcoin to retire. And now moving to 2030, you only need one to retire, which means that if you still have, the other 1395, you just got that much more money. So what this shows is that as you hold Bitcoin, the value of everything else against Bitcoin depreciates. This is why it's so important. Whatever investment strategy in this now, what this guy is saying right here, this is the principal foundations of why BlackRock says you need to at least allocate 2% of your portfolio to Bitcoin. And the reason why is because Bitcoin, if you look at it on a from a long-term standpoint, Bitcoin is, at this current moment in time, Bitcoin is actually inflation proof. Not only is Bitcoin inflation proof, it's you could say with confidence that Bitcoin could possibly be an inflation buster if leveraged properly. Bitcoin could possibly be an inflation eliminator. And we're looking at how it can do that mathematically on this Microsoft Excel spreadsheet right here. I'm saying, which is the beauty of spreadsheets.
Which at today's prices cost around $23,000. So yes, while this might seem like a really out there pie in the sky type of valuation model, if it does come true, if it comes to pass, then it would only take actually one Bitcoin to be able to retire by 2030. Now let's talk about the final valuation model that I found.
Which is, now again, this shows the time frame, right? He's saying it would only take one Bitcoin to retire by 2030, and he's laughing at that. Mind you, right? This is just last year. Now, mind you, he's not laughing at it like making fun of it, but he's like, man, that, that could be a stretch. It's not so much of a stretch anymore. It's not so much of a stretch anymore. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Here, and this one is absolutely insane. I'm not sure if I put too much stock in this, but the guy who actually made this price prediction, Robert Breedlove, is the CEO of Parallax Capital hedge fund. So he's not actually just a nobody that's posting on Twitter. But as you will see, his price prediction is over 10 times more bullish than even ARK Invest's price prediction, which I already thought was ridiculously bullish. But according to Robert Breedlove, the CEO of the crypto investment firm Parallax Digital, he believes that the price of Bitcoin will exceed $12.5 million by 2031.
Now, that's Michael Saylor saying 13 million by then. And everybody's okay with it. Look at how much things have changed. Do you guys see how much things have changed in such a short amount of time?
And he's given a number of different interviews over the past year where he's confirmed that this isn't a typo, and he actually believes that. And he's basing this price prediction on the fact that on top of all the Bitcoin happenings and the increase in demand for the asset, and also the decrease in supply that's occurring over time, that he's also suggesting there's going to be a total debasement of the US dollar. And of course, if that were to happen, then in US dollar terms, one Bitcoin would become exponentially more valuable if the US dollar is becoming.
Now, what he doesn't realize is that without the dollar debasement, one Bitcoin is already exponentially more valuable than a dollar. It's already like that. It's already like that. That's not a if then scenario. That's actually the current scenario.
Less and less valuable. So this final moonshot / insane valuation model definitely takes a couple of leaps, and you have to jump through a few mental hoops to get there. But if you do believe that the US dollar is destined to fail sometime in the next decade and that Bitcoin will become the world reserve currency, then yes, it is technically possible, I suppose, that Bitcoin could be worth $12.5 million US dollars by 2030. And if that situation actually came to pass, you would only need 0.12 Bitcoin to retire, which at today's prices would.
So as you can see now, look, do you guys see? Look, do you guys see amount of Bitcoin to retire decreases? Amount of money the decreased Bitcoin is worth increases. As time, like this is the only financial phenomenon that you'll ever see like that. Like there's nothing else that looks like this. You know what I'm saying?
Cost you $2,778. So there you have it. 5 different price predictions for what Bitcoin could be worth by 2030 and how much Bitcoin you might actually need to be able to retire off of that. But what happens after you retire? Let's talk about that. So when it comes to the possibility of actually retiring off of Bitcoin by 2030, there's a few final things that I want to say. First of all, I'm absolutely not suggesting that anybody should put all of their retirement eggs in the Bitcoin basket and just YOLO put all of their cash in. I think that would be incredibly risky and incredibly ill-advised. Of course, a lot of retirement advisors are actually suggesting that people now allocate at least a small percentage of their portfolios towards assets like cryptocurrency, but definitely would never YOLO everything into Bitcoin trying to retire early. Secondly, I think it's important to say that after retirement, people should probably rotate out of risk-on assets like Bitcoin and buy into fixed income, dividend-paying stocks or bonds, or at least broad market ETFs to really reduce the risk of price fluctuations, because once you're actually in retirement, what you want is stability, not rapid price increases. That way, if any of the 5 Bitcoin price predictions that I just discussed actually came to pass, somebody might be able to actually leverage a Bitcoin investment to move into retirement, but then transition that money over to something much safer, much more secure and reliable over the long term, and make sure.
Now, you always want to make sure that you invest as safe as you can, and you always want to make sure that you do what's necessary to be able to manage risk, right? And so what he's basically talking about is just long-term portfolio diversification in order to be able to pad yourself from unnecessary risks associated with overbalancing your portfolio in one or more asset, which in this case would be being overbalanced by the risks of Bitcoin, because there are particular risks that come with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is not risk-free, right? Nothing is risk-free.
Sure that their 30 years plus in retirement goes smoothly, because holding on to Bitcoin can, as we all know, be a wild ride. And the final thing that I want to say about investing in Bitcoin for retirement or for any purpose really is that when it comes to the security of your investment, I 100% recommend to not leave your money on a crypto exchange. We've all seen what happened to FTX and BlockFi and a number of other crypto institutions over the past 12 months. And if anything, this should have taught everybody that when you're buying Bitcoin.
Now, shout out to y'all, man. When my channel gets bigger, I'm gonna be making more videos. And I'm gonna be making videos like this too. I'm gonna be making some videos like this too. I'm telling you, like we getting there.
You should maybe buy it on an exchange and then immediately remove it to a hardware cold storage wallet where you are the sole custodian of your Bitcoin assets. And if everything goes well and one of these valuation models, even really just the bear case, let alone the super moonshot insane case comes to pass, then it might actually be possible to leverage a Bitcoin investment into sitting on a beach somewhere cheap and somewhere warm and enjoying retirement. Thanks so much.
Now, how many of you all want that? How many of y'all want that? I'm going to be 100% honest with you. That's why I'm trying to become a Solana tuna fish. Because I definitely want that. The thing is with this is that, if you're around my age or even, a little bit younger than me, a little bit older than me, if you were born between 1970 and I would say 2000. Let's give it. Let's be a little bit more than that. We'll give a little bit more leniency than that. If you were born between 1970 and 2010, you were lied to, and you were told that the world is a place that is not, and you spent a lot of time, a lot of resources, and a lot of heartache trying to ice skate uphill, not knowing that that's what you were doing because you were given a false pretense of the way that the world is. This is a small window of opportunity to be able to quickly fix all of that wasted time that we had. And this is one of the reasons why I take this so seriously, because I believe that everybody should be able to enjoy their life. Everybody should be able to live their life. You're not living your life if you got to give a third of your life to a job. You got to give a third of your day, 5 days a week, to a job. Our ages that we put down as our age, it's not really our age. You know what I'm saying? If we give a third of our day away, right, then, we give a third of our lives away for the most part. So you're not really, 70 years old. You might be 70 years old, but you only lived 40. You only got to live 40 years on your own free will. I don't believe that, if there is a design to this, I don't believe that it was designed to be like that. I don't believe that the purpose of a human is to work to make other humans rich. while you don't even get a chance to breathe. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I buy Bitcoin. I don't buy that. You know what I'm saying? So now we got an article here from Decrypt, and it said Metaplanet snaps up more Bitcoin in single buy to date. All right, this is a Japanese firm. Japanese investment firm Metaplanet announced another Bitcoin buy on Monday as the firm accelerates its Bitcoin treasury strategy. Everybody has a Bitcoin treasury strategy. So I would advise everybody to start their own Bitcoin treasury strategy. Start a personal Bitcoin treasury strategy. Protect yourself. Bitcoin is protection. Shout out to Izzy. Izzy just came through. You know what I'm saying? We was chopping it up talking about survival and protection. You see these companies, these people are doing this to protect themselves. You know what I'm saying? People always talk about like how, quote unquote, we're not protected. We're not protected. We the least protected people. Well, okay, here's a way to protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? Here's a way to protect yourself. Now, another thing is we got to track this company, right? Because this might be a company that might be worth us, you know, taking a look at, right? Because I think that one of the plays not only would be to be holding Bitcoin, but we should have a hold on some of these companies' assets that have attachments to Bitcoin so we could convert their stock into Bitcoin if we happen to need more Bitcoin. Sorry, we're taking yours. You know what I'm saying? I mean, sorry about that. We're taking yours. A little-known Japanese investment firm that made headlines for its Bitcoin buys just snapped up more of the biggest cryptocurrency. Metaplanet, which trades on the Tokyo Stock Exchange, announced on Monday that it had bought 619.7 Bitcoin for a total of 9.5 billion yen, which is $60.5 million. Its largest single purchase of the orange coin. So the orange coin being promoted by the orange man. You know what I'm saying? Somebody doing a little bit of branding there. Right? Like peep game on this stuff, man. Peep game on this kind of stuff. You see the orange man, right, is banging for the orange coin. Right? Only last week, Metaplanet said it would accelerate its buys by issuing debt. So again, we have the hybrid Bitcoin financial instrument. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many of you all see hybrid Solana and hybrid Ethereum digital assets coming? I'll tell you the baskets that they have on crypto.com, that's just the start. You know what I'm saying? That's just the start. As of Monday, it owned 1,761.98 Bitcoin. That's over 164 million and the biggest digital asset at today's prices. Okay. The company, look at this. The company is copying the model established by American software firm Microstrategy, which in 2020 started buying Bitcoin as a strategy to get shareholders the best value for money. Now it holds 444,262 Bitcoin, valued above $41 billion following its latest buy. Carlton Way said, I don't know why people hate Trump so much. He's a person of color. That's hilarious. MicroStrategy works to scrutinize Bitcoin, buying the asset and allowing investors to get exposure to it via NASDAQ listed shares. Now, we talked about this. We talked about this in the Discord briefly, right? But I want to bring the question here and ask you guys this. Now, you know, they talked about the quote unquote money circulating the community, right? They talked about the money circulating the community and switching hands 6 times. Imagine what happened if we have the closed network of Bitcoin commerce and the Bitcoin circulated amongst the closed commerce Bitcoin network for 5 years before we released any Bitcoin out to anyone else. 5 years, right? We saw that graph. So what we've been paying for amongst each other, by the time we release our first Bitcoins out of our closed circuit, those Bitcoins will have exponentially increased in value. And what we've been bartering amongst each other for, we'll be able to buy the world with when we finally release our first 1 or 2 Bitcoins out of our quote unquote closed community. If me and Bronze the God are paying each other on Cash App with Bitcoin, and all we do is buy our services with Bitcoin, the very first year, after the 5th year, when Bronze says, okay, well, I'm going to still do business with you, Rob, but these Bitcoins that we've been bartering back and forth with, I'm taking these out of our circulation and I'm going to go buy something with it. Bronze going to be able to buy a car with the Bitcoin that we've been buying candy with each other from. Because as time goes forward, you get more for less Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin is circulating hands 6 times in a 5-year period in a closed commerce situation, what happens when you finally release that circulation of Bitcoin into the population? Again, I think I've proven my point. I think I've always proven my point, but I think I really hit I think I really went through the bullseye today. I think I really went through the bullseye today. And that is why I'm the villain. Because I don't care what people think. I don't care what people think about that. I'm showing people this is what's being done. This is what people are doing. And they're doing this with billions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? But in Japan, not everyone with exposure to Metaplanet might be happy with the firm copying MicroStrategy. The company stock dipped hard last week on news the firm would become a quote-unquote Bitcoin treasury with a responsibility as a pioneer to the country's Bitcoin ecosystem. Bitcoin is currently trading for $92,625 per coin, a more than 3% drop over 24 hours, and a 13% fall over a 7-day period, CoinGecko data shows. Now, if I was this Japanese company, this is what I would do. I would set up an American subsidiary and not do the Bitcoin strategy with the Japanese company. I would only do the Bitcoin strategy with the American subsidiary. Because in America, America's pro cryptocurrency right now because of the Trump win. I don't know what's going on with Japan's cryptocurrency environment right now. So I wouldn't make that gamble. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't necessarily make that gamble. But again, this is what I'm talking about, though. Now, I want y'all to take a look at this, right? I want y'all to take a look at this. And I want to ask y'all a question. How many of y'all want another Tales from the Cryptocurrency tomorrow? There's a lot more stuff that I want to talk about. A lot more stuff. But I got stuff to do. I do actually want to watch Izzy's live stream that he plans on doing. I got to get some stuff done before I get up out of here today. But I might be able to do a little bit of this tomorrow. But we need to watch this, though. This is what we need to watch.
Want to engage in a transaction with some other consenting adult that you don't want the government to know about? That is easier now, thanks to Freedom 2.0, which brought us something called Bitcoin.
Brother, can you spare a Bitcoin?
Bitcoins. You never heard of them a few weeks ago? Now everybody's talking.
Now, I don't know if anybody recognized who that is, right? Anybody recognize that?
Here now, thanks to Freedom 2.0, which brought us something called Bitcoin.
Brother.
My. She's saying different things about Bitcoin these days, isn't she? And she looks about 90 years older.
Can you spare a Bitcoin?
This your girl Maria from Fox Business.
2.0, which brought us something called Bitcoin.
Brother.
April 2013. Shout out to the Notorious B.I.G. Rest in peace. Things done changed.
Brother, can you spare a Bitcoin?
Bitcoins. You never heard of them a few weeks ago? Now everybody's talking about them, but is it a currency?
I don't know. Or is it more like a stock? Or is it a tulip bulb?
Or is it just
debate that?
Stupid.
Have you ever heard of Bitcoin? It's a digital currency that's gaining.
We know this guy, don't we? Oh, yeah, he's still working for the same place, Fox Business.
Popularity. It exists only online. Tell you the truth, I honestly don't get it.
And you still don't. You still don't. And you probably didn't get any back then when you should have.
Why not use regular dollars? Well, the man who is behind Bitcoin, that business, he's here, and he'll join us next.
To me, it smells like Ponzi scheme and greater fool theory right now.
An ancillary trend that I see moving forward in 2012 is the emergence of Bitcoins.
Bitcoins, maybe I should get some. Do you have any?
I'll tell you what, I don't know what to do exactly with Bitcoin, and they don't look a bit like these coins. Matter of fact, they're kind of in the Ethernet. What are they?
We have something called the Bitcoin. Now, what's the Bitcoin?
Bitcoin Top 100 Rich List from 3rd of June, 2011.
This is fantastic. This is the new Forbes fortune list, isn't it? These are the Bitcoin fortunes. It's pure anonymous. And this is the biggest story of this decade going forward is the
Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, brother, can you spare Bitcoin? I have a feeling we're going to hear a lot of this soon. I'm not going to hear none of it. I'm not going to hear none of it. I'm not going to hear none of it. People, man, there's going to be so many videos made about how hateful I am. And hey, that'll be me living in my castle with the lightning striking. You know what I'm saying? On the top floor, playing the piano by my damn self with the Phantom of the Opera mask on.
the transition from the old way of doing business around the world to the Bitcoin.
Yeah. About to become a tuna. About to become a Solana tuna fish. You know what I'm saying? A Solana tuna fish. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Geek Surgeon. I definitely appreciate you, bro. Make sure you guys show the Geek Surgeon some love. The Geek Surgeon says, here is something for you, crypto, and the organization, bro. We definitely appreciate you. Make sure you guys show the Geek Surgeon some love, throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for the Geek Surgeon funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
And for buying us lunch.
In Springfield.
So don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took when that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Hey. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Make sure you guys show the Geek Surgeon some love. Definitely appreciate it. Listen, man, do not be one of these people that ends up on one of these compilation videos. Man, you don't want to. This is what being on the wrong side of history looks like.
Way of doing business, which is purely anonymous. And this is the great achievement of the global insurrection against banker occupation. Bitcoin is the currency of the resistance.
Paying for something without hard cash, credit cards, or checks. It's a new form of virtual payment known as Bitcoins. CNN's Felicia Taylor looks at how it works.
I think while most people think of digital currency as only having value in a video game like Farmville, this digital currency can actually be transferred as payment to anyone in the world. It can be exchanged for real currency like dollars or euros, and it actually can be used as payment to buy anything from books to food to illegal drugs in some markets.
Samir Talkin, co-founder of BitcoinConsultancy.com.
I must say that your show was one of the first to start reporting on Bitcoin, and you actually gave a very, very informative.
Shout out to the Geek Surgeon. Now, let me ask you guys this question. In the comment section, what would your advice be to the Geek Surgeon? Flood Geek Surgeon with advice. Geek Surgeon says, I just bought Bitcoin on Cash App. My advice for anybody that ever buys Bitcoin is never, ever, 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 never, ever, under any circumstances, ever, ever sell it. Once you buy Bitcoin, immediately start making plans for your children or the next generation. Never, ever sell it. Shout out to John Guillory. Facts. Never, ever sell it. Yeah, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, you talking about old girl? Yeah. Yeah, she actually is on the right side of history. Shout out to her.
Coverage of it compared to the later sensationalist news afterwards.
All right, we're going to talk about the cyber threat now. And who's ever heard of the Bitcoin, this underground person-to-person web exchange currency? It's anonymous.
I want you guys to see that graph.
About the cyber threat.
Look at that. Look at that. $150. The value of one Bitcoin in US dollars, $150. So we see that pattern way back here, April of 2013. One Bitcoin is $150. Now less than one Bitcoin is $150. You see that? So the pattern is it's still true. What's 150 Bitcoin now? 0.00015 Bitcoin. So as you guys can see, less Bitcoin over time buys you more cash. As time progresses, less Bitcoin buys you more cash. Do you guys see why you never sell your Bitcoin now? Never, under any circumstance, ever sell your Bitcoin, ever. And again, it's because of this pattern why I don't necessarily buy that whole people will be buying Satoshis type thing. I'm telling you, Satoshis, it'll be like diamond shards, be like gold nuggets. I don't think it's going to go down with Satoshis quite the way people think that it's going to. And again, and because of that, this is what I'm saying. I don't think that, like, the dollars aren't going away. You know what I'm saying? Dollars aren't going to, for $1 aren't going to go away, because more than likely Satoshis will be too expensive. Think about this. Soon the halving rewards on Bitcoin will be Satoshis. Right? Soon that once the like in the next two halvings, the halving rewards will be Satoshis. So Satoshis they're going to have to pay the miners some type of transaction fee. How's that going to work?
Now, and who's ever heard of the Bitcoin, this underground person-to-person web exchange currency?
It's anonymous and untraceable, so criminals can trade drugs and guns online with Bitcoin.
And it's almost completely anonymous.
Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I really appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, wherever you're watching from, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share this stream to your social media.
Now, why is that good, you might say? People will use it to buy illegal guns and drugs, and they do, actually, already. But Catherine Mangu-Ward of Reason Magazine says, on balance, that's a good thing. A good thing? Why?
So the first thing you have to keep in mind is that Bitcoins are no more kind of suspicious or anonymous than cash. Already people use cash all the time to buy illegal, illicit stuff they don't want their wife to know about. There's a lot of room for transactions that we might not want a permanent record of. Right now that's cash, but now we have Bitcoins, which are digital.
You know, she got like 700,000 Bitcoin because she was on it back then. So you know she got like 700,000 Bitcoin somewhere just chilling.
How many times have you suddenly started to hear people talk about these Bitcoins? Now, if you didn't bite at the Bitcoin craze, you may have saved yourself some money. Mary Thompson is here. What was that with the flash crash?
Well, I don't know, Mandy. You know, 2 days ago, of course, the currency was turning heads at $240. Today, investors are turning tail. Bitcoin's value plummeting to a low at she said $54.25 each overnight, a stunning 77% decline, recovering to just over $73 now. Bitcoin still making money for investors who got early, though. Its recent rise fueled by demand from
$75 making people money. $75. Look at that, y'all. All right, for sure, bro. Yo, we appreciate you, man. We definitely appreciate you. Yo, make sure you drop a comment on the video so I can throw that wrench on you. All right. Look at these prices, you guys. Look at these prices. April of 2013, $75.51. What I would do right now if I was people is I would pay attention to tokens with similar financial behaviors and characteristics and price ranges and see if any charts match. You know what I'm saying?
Investors looking for a place to stash cash during the Cyprus crisis.
Maybe it's a little bit shady.
Well, you know, if
Could be a little bit shady.
If I had a Bitcoin and I was paying you in Bitcoins, they could basically look at our account numbers, but it has nothing to do with our identity. So you can buy things again with no one knowing.
We don't
your
even
identity.
know who invented this.
No,
right?
we
There's
don't.
some rumors that it's this Japanese guy, but they're saying no, that he's a fake name. It was a pseudonym. I mean,
have
you're
no
literally
idea.
putting real money onto a system that we don't even know who created it.
No, no, not at all. It's kind of an amazing story.
It really is.
You're a consultant, a Bitcoin consultant, and as you point out, there's been some quite a spread in how this story is being reported, and it invites quite a passionate response.
Why do you believe there are risks in using Bitcoins?
Well, when you think about money, first I have to give Bitcoin creators credit. At least they know enough not to trust fiat money that's controlled by our government. But they're trying to reinvent the wheel, and they've come up with a flat tire. We already have a perfect, real form of money.
Oh, this didn't age well. It started out good. It didn't age well. Didn't age well at all. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. What's good with it, bro? Alpha Male Pimp Network says, I have the perfect analogy. The dollar will become to crypto what baseball and hockey is to the NBA and NFL. Used to be popular. Now nobody follows it anymore. I just don't think so, bro. I don't think that the dollar is going anywhere. Here's my question. Why? I don't understand. I guess, how does Bitcoin, and this is, and Alpha Male Pimp brings up a good point that I think people should discuss. How does a Bitcoin replace the dollar? How does that happen? Let me know what you guys think. Let's first ask this question. Is there anybody that would say that Bitcoin and the dollar have the same purpose and function? Is there anybody that was, if you guys would say that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys wouldn't say that, give me a thumbs down. Because I don't think that anything is going to change with the dollar other than maybe the value might go down. You know what I'm saying? We might have inflation, might have hyperinflation, it might crash, it might collapse. But I don't think that Bitcoin is going to quote unquote replace the dollar. What I see happening is there's going to be some type of hybrid merged system where virtual money interacts with physical money. That's more of the future that I see happening. You know what I'm saying?
And it's called gold. Money has to have 4 elements. It has to be very rare, indestructible, divisible without losing its purchasing power, and cannot be increased by fiat. And Bitcoins fail on the first 2. They are not rare, and they are very.
How are they not rare when there's only 21 million of them? An asteroid with Bitcoin will never hit the Earth, but it is possible that an asteroid with gold, diamond, silver, and anything else can hit the Earth. But that's the thing, though, bro. I think it is going to be relevant. I think that the dollar is still going to be relevant. I think that the dollar has its purpose. Now, mind you, value, I can see the value of the dollar definitely going down, but relevance, no, I think that the dollar is still going to be. I think that the dollar is still going to be relevant. I just think that Bitcoin will have more utility, and people will be more comfortable with using Bitcoin, and people will do more with Bitcoin. But I don't see the dollar going anywhere. I don't see it going anywhere. And another reason why is because at the rate that Bitcoin is skyrocketing at, dollars might flip around and be a more reasonable vehicle of currency, because Bitcoin would just be so astronomically expensive. You know what I'm saying? like dollars might actually regain their relevancy because Bitcoin at that point would just be completely untouchable. You know what I'm saying? We're assuming that Bitcoin will still be touchable when clearly the evidence shows that Bitcoin is only on a pathway of being completely inaffordable. You see what I'm saying? So there's gonna have to be some type of intermediary there. You know what I'm saying? So again, like I just see these things a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? Than people do. I don't see Bitcoin and the dollar competing at all. I don't see it as a they're to me, they're two different things. So I don't see it as a competition. I don't see one, like, I don't know how they could replace each other because they're not substitutable, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it don't make sense, give me a thumbs down.
Fiat and Bitcoins fail on the first two. They are not rare, and they are very much destructible.
What's the value of one Bitcoin?
I mean, I think right now one Bitcoin goes for about $110, and I think it's skyrocketing precisely because all these great aspects about it.
The whole Bitcoin market is about $1 billion. It's a novelty for the geek squad.
Do you hear these people? Do you guys hear these people? Man, please don't end up on a compilation like this. Please don't end up on a compilation like this. I'm gonna make a compilation like this of my own. And it's not gonna have none of these people on it. You know what I'm saying? Now look at this right here. This is Bitcoin at $100, April 13th. April 2013. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says it would help if the United States would leverage some Bitcoin to pay off the debt, though. Yeah, and I think they plan on doing that. At least that's what Trump wants to do with part of the Bitcoin strategic reserve. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network says crypto is more new school, fresh, evolutionary, game-changing, while the dollar is more old school and outdated. I would just say that they're different, bro. I wouldn't even go as far as to say that the dollar is outdated and, you know what I'm saying, old school or different. I would just say that they're different. They're just completely different things. They're not people can't seem to separate that they're not the same thing and that they're not in competition and that they have two different purposes. It's this type of situation where we're comparing a Corvette to a 18-wheeler, and people are just saying, yeah, the Corvette is new, it's nice, it's shiny. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, people gonna rock with the 18-wheeler or people gonna rock with the Corvette. And it's like, they're kind of two different things. You know what I'm saying? They're kind of two different things. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if I would go as far as to say that or not. I would compare the dollars to a central bank digital currency as an apples to apples comparison. To me, comparing Bitcoin and comparing a dollar that's an apples to oranges comparison. You know what I'm saying?
I can assure you, if these became well promulgated, then the U.S. government would shut it down.
And just to give our viewers some perspective, there's about $4 trillion in currency trading every day, and as Michael said, it's about $1 billion worth of Bitcoin.
So that's very good perspective. So is this getting any traction in the markets then, Jeff?
Well, yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, it has quintupled in value over the last year.
That's Maria? That's the NBC peacock on the computer. I didn't know that Maria worked for NBC. These people all work for the same news agencies. She's on NBC right here.
Just since the Cyprus thing came up, it's up over 20%. Over the last month, or about a couple months, it's up over 40%. So it's actually getting some visibility out there. Again, you can go online and go to places where Bitcoins are accepted, and there are dozens of places, no websites that you would actually, that you know, if I said them, oh yeah, I know that, but it's just going to be very interesting to see just how much this catches on. It just sounds so silly, but maybe it's not.
Well, David, do you want to get paid?
Man, look at this. These are the experts. These are your experts. These are your experts. Now shout out to my man Izzy, right? Shout out to my man Izzy. You heard Izzy, right? Now, mind you, I wasn't even hip to Bitcoin back in 2013. I wish I was, right? Because I would have straight up been buying it. But yeah, man. I wasn't talking like this. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Maria was young and quirky back then, but not so much now.
Coins, David, you want
to get paid in Bitcoins?
Her voice hasn't changed at all. At all. Like if you didn't recognize her face, her voice has not changed at all. It's the literal exact same voice.
This catches on. It just sounds so silly, but maybe it's not.
Well, David, do you want to get paid in Bitcoins? David, you want to get paid in Bitcoins?
No, I don't want to get paid in US dollars, but in the same sense, I don't want to get.
No, I'd rather get paid in Bitcoins. Remember when they laughed at me when I got my Bitcoins? Remember when they laughed at me, son, when I got my Bitcoins? Look at them now. Who laughing now, son?
Paid in gold either.
David, how much of your wealth will you place in Bitcoins? What percentage would you?
I guess
Oh, this is not aging good. Blackrock recommends 2%. Blackrock recommends 2%. Man, I would not want to be somebody in one of these compilation videos, but there's a couple people that this person missed here.
I believe that for any sort of a highly diversified portfolio, something like Bitcoin is going to play an increasing role.
But it could be wiped out if it is widely promulgated and the exponential increase of someone trying to hack it, because there'll be many more people trying to hack it, goes up.
Well, I guess you're assuming that because you can theorize the possibility that's going to happen. I would say the reason that there is $1 billion of value is because it's been carefully analyzed.
Your purchasing power can be wiped out in a nanosecond, and that's why it would never be widely accepted in this country.
I hear you say that, but that doesn't.
Let me ask you guys this question. How did this age? How did this age? How did this age?
Make it true. And I think that there are people who spend a lot of time on this that might know this topic maybe a bit more and who believe in it. And I guess I would say
what percentage of Americans, I have an IT department who, when they went through this and they said, I would never trust this. So
I hope you fired them all. Because now IT companies are becoming Bitcoin treasuries. I want everybody just take a look at these people. Look at how wrong they were. They probably destroyed many people's potential of wealth listening to this nonsense.
So if my IT department isn't going to trust it, it's not going to be widely accepted.
We got to get some Bitcoins over to Cyprus, that's for sure.
Don't try to throw them in
Thank you very much.
Buy gold instead.
We'll see you soon, guys. We'll be watching that story.
There's a new currency that's growing in popularity. It's even being called the future of money. The Bitcoin isn't controlled by a government or a central bank. It's a completely virtual.
It's still being called the future of money. It's still being called the future of money. Shout out to Thomas Wilson. Make sure you guys show Thomas Wilson some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Thomas Wilson for funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Thomas says, my concern is what happens if war breaks out and BRICS countries win? What would that do to dollars and Bitcoins? Probably not much to Bitcoins because Russia and China are both talking about starting a strategic Bitcoin reserve. So it probably wouldn't do much to BRICS, or it probably wouldn't do much to Bitcoin. As far as dollars go, me personally, I don't know, depending on how the war turned out. We know how wars make things happen. And most times when there's a case of war, people take their money out of the fiat currencies anyway, and they put it into a commodity. So what we saw when Russia went to war was we saw the fiat currencies around the world tend to decrease. Gold, silver, Bitcoin, and commodities like wheat and futures went up, right? Now, as far as a quote unquote war goes, right? If the United States was in a war, my biggest concern would be my safety, right? My biggest concern would be my safety first. That'd be my first priority, right? My safety and my family's safety. My second priority would be, where are your Bitcoins? Are they on a wallet? Are they on an exchange? Is that exchange an American exchange? Is that exchange connected to American infrastructure that might be affected by whatever type of attacks happen in the war? Now, here's another question. How likely is that? The United States and Russia have been at beef forever, right? since before Bitcoin, right? Back when Yeltsin, what was that dude name? Boris Yeltsin. When Boris Yeltsin was the president, Bitcoin wasn't even invented. And we were having a nuclear arms race in a Cold War. And nobody asked the question, what if the United States and Russia get into a war? What are the banks going to do with our money? Now, I'll tell you one thing that's good about Bitcoin is that Bitcoin doesn't have any employees that can die, right? So, you know, the transactions will still get transacted by the automated mining system. Right? So these are things that people should ask. I think this is a good question, and I think people should go through these things systematically and ask these questions. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. I definitely appreciate it. Make sure you guys show Thomas some love. I really appreciate it. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Thomas for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
So, yeah, what do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that as an answer? Is that a good answer or no? Let me know what you guys think.
Currency that's traded on the internet, but it can create very real wealth.
Standard PC, but it has a high-end graphics card.
Terry Floyd is known as a Bitcoin miner. He and tens of thousands like him around the world.
Now, you know, this dude got hell. You see how old this computer is? If he still got all his Bitcoin, man, this dude got hella Bitcoins. Hella Bitcoins. This is when you was actually getting Bitcoins as the mining reward.
Use their upgraded home computers to do the communal accounting, to double check every transaction.
0456.
In return, he's rewarded with some brand new Bitcoin every now and again. His wallet's now worth thousands of dollars for helping to secure the system.
All right, now hang on. I want to go. It's a hot topic on Wall Street right now. It's very interesting. Digital money called Bitcoin. I can't resist doing this. Digital money.
Man, I swear, it just all the news networks just switched. All they did was just traded people. This is the dude from Fox too. Look, he's on NBC too. Nobody ever calls these people out for flip-flopping.
Money called Bitcoin. But the value of this money is like totally unpredictable. It fluctuates from $20 a unit to $260 a unit and all the way back down. In fact, today, trading was halted. So how do you know to make Bitcoin real money? How can we make Bitcoin real money? I have a very simple solution, Larry, because I like this digital money. Link it to gold. Bitcoin, digital money, link it to gold. You've got an alternative currency to the dollar and all the Fed shenanigans, and I think that would be totally cool.
Well, that was an amazing dynamic.
See, he was on it. He was on it.
Was the weakness in gold this last 10 days and the birth explosion of Bitcoin. I heard an interesting story. One of my good friends had some Bitcoin a couple of years ago. He was going through a divorce, $2,000 or $3,000 worth. He put it on one of his PCs. Okay, he had like 10 PCs. He's lost the Bitcoin, and on Monday he calls. It's worth $26,000. He lost. In other words, the Bitcoin was actually the file was on a PC, and he couldn't find it.
Oh, I see.
By the time he called me today, he was almost in tears because the Bitcoin value was down 50, 60.
If they linked it, I mean, to serve as a medium of exchange and an investment store of value.
He was, man, shout out to this dude right here. This the dude from Fox, 2013. He had a vision, man. He was on it. He knew what time it was. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. You guys see, he saw it. He knew what time it was.
If they link this digital money, which I like it as an alternative currency. I'm a Hayekian. I like alternative money.
They actually call it the Bitcoin. Call it the Hayek.
All right, call it the Hayek. That's exactly right. Make it legal tender, link it to gold, and then you can trade it, and it'll have staying power on all these transactions. They actually could do this. This is the Winklevosses, by the way. The guys who went up against
that's a good housekeeping seal of approval.
Well, you know, those guys have had their ups and downs, but I think they may have something.
To me, Bitcoin conceptually it makes sense, and then I'd short it like I like to short gold because I don't know what the intrinsic value is. I don't know what the intrinsic value of Bitcoins are. To me, it smells like Ponzi scheme and the greater fool theory right now.
It has no moneyness.
Not know the intrinsic value. Most people understand what it is.
Look at this. I want you to look at this. Do you guys see up top? Stop. And pay attention here. Take a look at this. April 2013, US dollars to Bitcoin, 801.98%. Look at gold down there. It's negative 7.02%. No one was paying attention to this back then. No one was paying attention to it back then. Did you guys notice how in the news segment, like literally nobody talked about that? It's like, you can't make it up. You cannot make it up.
To be a moneyness of money in order to do this kind of thing, and they don't have it. That's why I suggested the gold play.
But Nick Colas of Convergex Group still sees value in Bitcoins and calls it gold for nerds. Good to see you both. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Nick. So gold for nerds? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what I basically mean is that gold is a finite supply, and people for many thousands of years have found gold valuable. And Bitcoin is somewhat the same way, although obviously newer. It has the additional benefit of eventually being a transaction mechanism to make global commerce a lot more efficient as well. So there's multiple ways to look at it.
Hold on a second. I've got to explain exactly what Bitcoin does. I give my real dollars Bitcoin, and I establish a Bitcoin virtual currency account. That's how it works. I can then use my virtual Bitcoin currency to buy anything I want online, including guns, drugs, or anything else. You got the picture? Now we find that we've got a couple of incidents here where people do actually buy things online using Bitcoin. I've got a father and son from Austin, Texas. They bought a 2007 Porsche for 300 Bitcoins. That's about $39,000.
300 Bitcoins. That's about $3,900. $39,000. Did you hear that? Listen.
Drugs or anything else. You got the picture? Now we find that we've got a couple of incidents here where people do actually buy things online using Bitcoin. I've got a father and son from Austin, Texas. They bought a 2007 Porsche for 300 Bitcoins. That's about $39,000.
300 Bitcoins in 2007. $39,000. What is 300 Bitcoin in 2024? In the present, Bitcoin will buy you less. In the future, Bitcoin will buy you everything. Do you see the pattern here that I'm trying to show you guys? 300 Bitcoin is no longer necessary to buy a 2007 Porsche. Less than one Bitcoin. I would say maybe even a third of a Bitcoin would buy that now. A third. In the future, what you buy today will buy you everything in the future. Here's another instance of it. Does that make sense? This is why you never, ever, ever sell your Bitcoin. You never, ever sell it. Because if you hold it long enough, you'll never, ever have to buy anything ever again. You just need to keep getting more of it. If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't make any sense, give me a thumbs down.
A Canadian man listed his 2-bedroom bungalow for sale online. He's asking $400,000 or
$400,000? Not in 2024. These are Microstrategies amounts of buying Bitcoin in 2024. As time has progressed, less Bitcoin is buying you more. Let me ask you guys this question. How much is 5,750 Bitcoin worth today? How much is that today? Let me know today's value of that.
5,750 Bitcoins. Charles, you like this. You think this is it's like gold to you.
I'm intrigued by it. I haven't put anybody in it. I'm still trying to learn about it. It's obviously pretty interesting because besides buying things, the big story, one of the bigger stories is that Bitcoins will be the ultimate store of value. In other words, they're going to make.
They don't get some of these people aren't getting some of these people aren't getting their due. I mean, like these guys all called this way back in the day, and they're not getting their due for it. That's a shame. That's a shame.
Make a limited amount of them because they've already done the computer modules, whatever, and there's going to be a certain amount, and that they will adjust. So ultimately, one Bitcoin, according to some, can be worth equivalent to $1 million.
Well, yeah, okay, that's a
I mean, that's the hype behind it.
And here we are here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is 11 years after this. It's amazing. This kind of stuff is just amazing to me to see. It's amazing to see. It's amazing to see the future unfold. And then do a time lapse. This kind of stuff right here. This is the kind of stuff that fascinates me.
Yeah, that's the hype.
Boy, it feels great to be a Bitcoin millionaire. I'm loving it. Bitcoin has absolutely triumphed as the dollar has crashed 90% against Bitcoin, as Bitcoin is set to take on the world and root out the banksters, as we sorely need. That's the economy. This is what their theory is. This is what the academics say. This is what the PhDs believe. This is what the neoliberal model suggests. But it's all a bunch of nonsense.
Now, mind you, right? This guy might be doing a little bit of extra, but he's saying some real stuff. See, he's on Russia Today. Notice how Russia Today got deplatformed? $500 million. $500 million, y'all. I really want to make sure you guys are understanding where I'm going with this here. And I'm not trying to be funny, but it's a shame. It's a shame that so many people are so disinterested in their futures in financial security, because I don't usually, you know what I'm saying, I don't usually give myself props, but I'm gonna give myself props today. This was probably one of the best Bitcoin live streams, one of the best cryptocurrency streams explaining this stuff that I've ever done. And it's just sad because, you know what I'm saying, like, shout out to y'all, you know what I'm saying, who's here. But, you know, it's just going to go under the radar. And the same thing that happens all the time is going to happen. You know, somebody like Michael Saylor will say it, and then, you know, they'll get the credit. That's the way the cookie crumbles, though. Them the cards that we dealt. We just got to deal with them.
Did I mention how good it feels to be a Bitcoin millionaire?
Yes. And how do you like this rain, snow, and
The clouds are opening up to herald the arrival of Satoshi, Cyber Christ. Christ is back, and he's got Bitcoin.
Oh, man, that's hilarious, man. That's hilarious. Yeah, man. Hey. I think I proved my case. Like, man, I think I proved my case beyond a shadow of a doubt. There's no holes in the case. It's locked tight. 100%. I don't think I got nothing else. I mean, it ain't nothing else. What else is there? What else is there? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think we did it, man. But we gonna hit this up tomorrow because it just don't stop. It's just more. And you know, like I said, it don't. Hey, listen, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hear y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, shout out to the people that rock with the Tales from the Cryptocurrency. Y'all always gonna get prioritized over everyone else because I love crypto. So, you know, whenever, you know, everybody else be mad, oh, you talking about this again today? Yeah, man, I am. You know what I'm saying? And y'all just gonna go do something else where you don't figure out how to make any money, and then you know what I'm saying, you're gonna be mad when you look at your wallet, and we're not mad when we look at our wallets. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how it's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody who came through to the stream. All right. I definitely appreciate you. Oh, for sure, Tia. Yo, and make sure that you guys, if you're not part of the Discord, please make sure you guys join the Discord. That is extremely important. Please join the Discord. Join the Discord and get active. You know what I'm saying? We do this in the Discord. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all show some love for the people who showed love. You know what I'm saying? Definitely appreciate y'all. Shout out to the members as always. Shout out to the Patreons as always. Shout out to my man, the Geek Surgeon. I definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to my man, Hurricane IQ. I definitely appreciate you. Shout out to my man, Cameron Jones. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to John Guillory. I definitely appreciate it. Shout out to my man, AB Promotions. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to the homie Frozen. Y'all know my man Frozen been rocking with me forever. Shout out to my man Detroit 313. Got to hit Detroit 313 with the again. You know what I'm saying? Definitely appreciate it. Make sure y'all show him some love. Let's see if I can find that. Where's that at? Where's that at, man? Oh, there we go. Again! Shout out to my man John Guillory. I definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to my man, the Geek Surgeon. We got to hit my man, the Geek Surgeon, with again. Again! Definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to my man, Thomas Wilson. I appreciate you. And shout out to my man, Alpha Male Pimp Network. Man, this is a new one, so we definitely got to hit Alpha Male Pimp Network with the funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
Definitely appreciate you. We're going to be doing this again. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow. We're going to be doing it again the next day. Man, we're going to keep on doing it, man. We're going to keep on doing it until a Satoshi is worth $1 million. We're going to keep doing it until a Satoshi is worth $1 million. All right. If you're not subscribed to my backup channels, take a moment, subscribe to my backup channels, Rumble, Kick, and Twitch. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,
yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trill. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side boy, maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run. I might take paper chasing. Looking for the fun. Run for it, run. I might take paper chasing. Looking for the fun. Run for it, run. I might take paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I might take paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay. I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it. Run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Get ball up top, finna make a play. I catch a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice and I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They peptides, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run. I might take paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I might take paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I might take paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I might take paper chasing. Looking for the funds.